And let me set up my word software here. So yep, we're live. All right, we're live, everyone. Shalom. Here we go. Brother Doug with the Waking by Yahuwah Fellowship Assembly today. And we are going to be doing a Torah portion today. So we're going to start with the Torah part of our half Torah Sabbath reading. So I'm going to be starting us off in Genesis 25. Genesis 25:19 to Genesis 28:9. Anyone interested in this PDF I have for half Torah readings, please let me know. I can always leave the link in the description of the video. Okay. And after we do Genesis, my mom will be leading us with Hosea 12. So let's see here. So Genesis 25:19. Okay. So interestingly enough, this half Torah portion is actually gonna make us jump into the middle of the chapter here, which is kind of interesting. Okay. And these, the generations of Isaac, the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old. And he took to wife Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Syrian, out of the Syrian Mesopotamia. Basically Babylon, just to kind of put it out there, just to simplify things. And this is what's known as, there's a concept of basically, obviously when the Torah was first written, they wouldn't have used Mesopotamia, but what translators do is they'll use certain terminology that's familiar to the audience. Like most people would know Mesopotamia rather than Babel, right? Most English-speaking people. Mm-hmm. So that's probably why translators do that. They modernize the terminology, is what I'm trying to say. And Isaac prayed Yahuwah concerning Rebekah, his wife, because she was barren. And Yahuwah heard him, and his wife Rebekah conceived in her womb, and the babies leaped within her. And she said, if it will be so with me, why is this to me? And she went to inquire of Yahuwah. So she's barren, she can't conceive, and she's really getting depressed and like, why is this? Have I sinned? Which is a human reaction. Why is this happening? And Yahuwah said to her, there are two nations in your womb, or the Greek here would be ethnos, ethnicities. Two people shall be separated from your belly, and one people shall excel the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. This kind of reminds me of, we get later on in Genesis, we haven't gone there yet, but the Ephraim and Manasseh, this kind of reminds me of that a little bit. What's interesting is on the other side on my parallel here, the Targum Onkelos, it says, two kingdoms from your womb shall be divided. It's kind of prophetic. It's kind of interesting because think about it. Edom, we know, becomes, Rome, so it's kind of interesting. Two kingdoms divided, Wow. I'm just saying so that kind of reminds me of like, I think there's a book of the Apocrypha that talks about Esau's the end of this world and Jacob is the beginning of the next, meaning the kingdom, the millennial. So I don't know. I thought this was interesting. On Kalos, it says two kingdoms are in your womb, and the kingdoms shall be divided. One kingdom shall be stronger than the other kingdom, and the greater shall be subject to the less. And the days were fulfilled that she should be delivered, and she had twins in her womb. And the first came out red and hairy, Esau, okay, all over like skin, meaning he was extremely hairy. He had all hair all over. And she called his name Esau. All right. And afterwards this came forth, his brother in his hand took hold of the heel of Esau, and she called his name Jacob. And Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah bore them. And the lads grew, and Esau was a man skilled in hunting, dwelling in the country, and Jacob a simple man, dwelling in a house. And Isaac loved Esau because his venison was his food, but Rebekah loved Jacob. All right. And okay, let's drop down here. All right. And Yaakov cooked pottage. Esau came from the plain fainting. And Esau said to Jacob, let me taste of that red pottage, because I am fainting. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Jacob said to Esau, sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am going to die. For what good does this birthright belong to me? Okay. And Yaakov said to him, swear to me this day. And he swore to him, and Esau sold his birthright to Jacob. And Jacob gave bread to Esau and pottage of lentils, and he ate and drank, and he arose and departed. So Esau slighted his birthright. Okay, I kind of like the Unkalos better here. It says Esau despised his birthright. That makes a little bit more sense. So pretty much self-explanatory, this chapter. So we're going to go immediately to the next chapter here. Actually, hold on. I want to check something about him saying, I am going to die. I have the Targum of Jonathan here. I kind of want to see if the Targum of Jonathan mentions a little bit of added information about that I've seen in other books that are not in the Bible. Let me see here. I'm kind of curious. Let's see here. So that was Genesis 25, starting at, let's see. Okay. Yeah. I figured something about Nimrod here. I figured. All right. So the Targum of Jonathan says in verse 27 of the chapter we just read, and the lads grew, and Esau was a man of idleness to catch birds and beasts. So basically he was a lazy hunter, is what it's saying here. And a man going forth into the field to kill lives, as Nimrod had killed. So we see a connection between Esau and Nimrod, which is kind of interesting. As Nimrod had killed, and Hanak his son. Interesting. It mentions Enoch, the son of Nimrod. Not the son of Nimrod. Oh no, Hanak his son. Interesting. So Hanak his son. I guess there was another Hanak. But Jacob was a man of peace in his words, a minister of instruction, house of Eber, seeking instruction before Yahuwah. So we already see that Jacob's actually already inquiring of the creator, Yahuwah. Jacob's actually already serving him. Isaac loved Esau, for the words of deceit were in his mouth, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Wow, that's different. That's a little weird. I don't know about that one. On the day that Abraham died, Jacob dressed pottage of lentils and was going to comfort his father. And Esau came from the wilderness exhausted, for in that day he had committed 5 transgressions. He had worshipped with strange worship. He had shed innocent blood. He had gone in unto a betrothed damsel. He had denied the life of the world to come, and had despised the birthright. Okay, now this makes a lot more sense why Yahuwah hates Esau. This makes a lot more sense. He's despising his birthright. He shed innocent blood. He's worshiping idols. Kind of makes sense why Yahuwah says in Malachi, I've hated Esau. To me, anyway. So the Targum of Jonathan gives you a little bit more sinful actions that Esau would have been doing before he even gave away his birthright. And Esau said to Jacob, let me now taste that red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore he called his name Edom. And Jacob said, sell today, as on this very day, what you would hereafter appropriate your birthright unto me. And Esau said, behold, I am going to die in another world, and in another world I shall have no life. So we kind of see the concept of Esau is everything I have now is now. It's kind of like the atheist mindset is what it's saying here. I'm not going to have life in another world, in the next world, meaning no eternal life. I'm not, he's rejected eternal life already. I don't have, a life after this. So, which is funny enough, that's how the Satanists look at things. Like a person that calls themselves a Satanist is they live for everything right now. So I kind of find that funny. And Jacob said, "Swear to me today, so shall it be." And he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. And Jacob gave to Esau bread and pottage to the lentils. Okay, so pretty much I just wanted to check that for the last couple of verses in that chapter, because I was just curious to see if there was any expounding on why he would be dying. So, that's the main reason there. Okay, so, yep, go ahead, Gibsons. I see your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I threw a question down here
Okay.
in the chat. It says, if they worship the divine feminine and the sun in Abraham's Babylon, then Nimrod was already dead and being worshipped as the sun. So how did Nimrod get killed by one of Abraham's offspring?
Yeah, I don't know. That is a good question. That's why I don't exactly. I'm not sold on the Esau killing Nimrod. I actually believe Nimrod died in Genesis 14, in my opinion. Or whenever Abraham rescued Lot, I think Abraham actually killed him, in my opinion. So I actually disagree with Jasher. Just to put it out there, like I said, I don't believe Jasher's scripture. I disagree with Jasher. I would say you could look at Genesis 14 and it says Abraham killed the kings. And Amraphel, king of Shinar, even in Jasher, it says Amraphel is king of Shinar, is Nimrod. And so Jasher actually contradicts itself. So if Jasher is saying Amraphel, king of Shinar, is Nimrod, Amraphel, king of Shinar, was with Chedorlaomer and those other kings. So I would agree with Brother Jeff. There's a problem there with Nimrod being still alive. There's a problem because he should already be dead according to Genesis 14. So I do think that there's an issue there. I just was reading it because I found it interesting that it seems like, nevertheless, whether it was Nimrod that Esau was hunting, I do think he did something where he must have done something where he killed someone that he shouldn't have killed, and he was fearing for his life, because it makes no sense to me. He's about to, if that's literal and he's about to die, he must have done something that would cause him to be that fearful for his life. I do think there's something there. There's something there that he's fearful for his life. He's gonna, give away his porch. But it could just be like the Targum of Jonathan says, he was a wicked guy. I'm not taking that option either. That he's just a wicked guy. He's worshiping idols. He doesn't care about his birthright. So that's a possibility too. So I'm not denouncing some of what the Targum of Jonathan is saying towards the end of this chapter as being true, as far as the idol worship, he's not worshiping Yahuwah. He doesn't care about the next life. That kind of makes sense because, yep, go ahead, Jeff.
It was 11 generations between Nimrod and Isaac.
Oh, wow.
Because it was Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? And then it was Ham, Canaan, it was Ham, Cush, and Nimrod, right? So that was 2 generations going back to Abraham, and then it was what'd you read?
It's just 11 generations.
It was 11 generations. It was 14 generations minus those beginning 3, which equals 11 generations of difference between Nimrod and Isaac.
See here. This is what I'm referring to here. Okay, we go to Genesis 14 to Brother Jeff's point. In the days of Amraphel, he is Nimrod, who commanded Abram to be cast into the furnace. He was the king of Ponchos, Ponchos, Galatia, Arioch, because he was Arioch tall among the giants. So, second witness to Septuagint of Genesis 10, he was a giant. King of Talsar, Chedorlaomer, those are the other kings with him, because he had bound himself or gone over among the bondmen of the king of Elam, title, crafty as a fox, king of the people, subjected to him. So, Genesis 14 is identifying the king of Shinar as Nimrod. So, yeah, like you said, Brother Jeff, that would make no sense. Especially if we look here, it does say that Abram killed these kings. He smote them. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Talks about Og of Bashan. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. And when Abram heard that his brother was made captive, he armed his young men who were trained for war and grown up in his house, but they willed not to go with him. And he chose from Eleazar, the son of Nimrod, who was equal in strength to all 318. That's interesting. And he pursued unto Dan and divided them at night in the way. A part were to engage with the Canes, and a part were to hidden to smite the firstborn of Egypt. That's interesting. And he arose. Well, that's kind of interesting. In the place of the memorial of sin, which was to be in Dan from the north of Dermasek. And he brought back all the substance, also Lot, his brother, and his substance he brought back. Also the women and the people, and the king of Sodom came forth after, and he returned from destroying Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him to meet him at the plain of Methphana, which was the king's race course. And then it talks about, that nonsense. But I could have swore it talks about Abraham smiting these kings in Genesis 14. Hold on a second. I remember seeing it either in the Septuagint or the Masoretic. It talks about, let's see, the giants. Okay, Salt Valley. Lot, the son of Abraham's brother. One of them had been rescued, came and told Abraham the Hebrew. So the first time we see Hebrew being mentioned. And he dwelt by the oak of Mamre, the Amorite, the brother. Yep, go ahead, Jeff.
17.
Thank you. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after he returned from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, not just Chedorlaomer, and the kings with him, which would include Amraphel, king of Shinar, by association. Okay. To the valley of Sabbath. This was the plain of the kings. So in conclusion, if you're going to ask me, Abraham killed Nimrod, not Esau. Esau, there's no way possible, like Brother Jeff pretty much alluded to, just from the genealogies and the generations, there's no way Nimrod's still alive at that point when you get to Isaac. There's no way. And you can see from other legends, from historical legends and the legends of Babylon, that Nimrod died and became the Sun god that they worshipped in Babylon. So Nimrod would have had to been dead by then for him to be worshipped, as the Sun god, and Semiramis to deify her dead husband and all that. So just the chronology, I would say the canon shows us that Nimrod was actually killed by Abraham and not Esau. So there's a problem right there with historical accuracy with Jasher, in my opinion. Anyway,
or before. He could have been killed before Abraham.
Yeah.
Because these could have been kings that preceded.
It's true.
Just because Abraham came out of Babylon where Nimrod was being worshipped, but there could have still been these kings in Babylon, after, most definitely, but couldn't have been after Abraham. Yeah. Had to have been then or before.
Yeah. I do think the Targum of Jonathan is telling us the truth about Amraphel, king of Shinar. I've seen multiple historical witnesses, even in JewishEncyclopedia.com references that many believe that Nimrod was Amraphel, king of Shinar, in Genesis 14. So that's my opinion. I actually believe they are the same person. So I personally believe Abraham killed him, like right at this point that we're reading here. And so either way, Esau, like to our point here, Esau, there's no way he could have met him or killed him anyway. Nimrod would have not been alive either way. Whether he's killed here or killed prior, you still have a problem with Jasher. You still have an issue. You have an issue with chronological order and historical, information that's supposed to be accurate is telling a different story from the canon. So anyway, so we can continue, but thank you, Brother Jeff, for bringing that up. That was a good point. Let's see here. All right, so we're going to go to Genesis 26 here. And there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine, which was in the time of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, to Gerar. So we already see now Amram went from the Hittite helping him out in war. Now he's going to the Philistines. Interesting. And Yahuwah appeared to him and said, "Go not down to Egypt, but dwell in the land which I tell you of." Okay. And sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and barak you, for I will go to you and your seed, and to your seed all this land, and I will establish my oath, which I swore to your father Abraham. Okay, oath, covenant. And I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and I will give to your seed all this land, and to all the nations of the earth shall be Baruch in your seed. Yeah, they misspelled bless here. Oh boy, all right. Yeah, Brenton, you got a little typo there, buddy. All right, see here. Because your father hearkened to my voice and kept my injunctions and my commandments, my ordinances, and my statutes. Okay, now this is interesting. This is what I like about the Targums here. Because Abraham obeyed my word and kept the keeping of my word, my commandments, my covenant, and my law. So showing you that his commandments is equated to his word. It's not separate. Okay. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar, and the men of the place questioned him concerning Rebekah, his wife. And he said, "She is my sister, lest at any time the men of the place should slay him because of Rebekah, because she was fair." And he remained there a long time, and Abimelech, the king of Gerar, leaned to look through the window and saw Isaac sporting with Rebekah, his wife. Let's see here. And so sporting with Rebekah, his wife. So basically, sporting. So I guess playing around. Yeah. And Abimelech called Isaac and said to him, "Is she then your wife? And have you said, 'She is my sister'?" And Isaac said to him, "For I said, lest at any time I die on her account." So Isaac kind of did the same thing Abraham did. Okay. And Abimelech said to him, "Why have you done this to us? One of my kindred within a little had lain with your wife, and you would have brought ignorance upon us." And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, "Every man that touches this man and his wife shall be liable to death." And Isaac sowed in the land, and he found in that year barley and 100-fold, and Yahuwah baruch him. And the man was exalted, and advancing he increased till he became very great. And he had cattle of sheep and the cattle of oxen and many tilled lands, and the Philistines envied him. Okay. And all the wells which the servants of his father had dug in the time of his father, the Philistines stopped them and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Depart from us, for you are become much mightier than we." And Isaac departed there and rested in the valley of Gerar and dwelt there. And Isaac dug again the wells of water, which the servants of his father Abraham had dug, and the Philistines had stopped them after death of his father Abraham, and he gave them names according to the names by which his father named them. Okay. All right. And the servants of Isaac dug in the valley of Gerar, and they found there a well of living water. Now that, to me, that definitely points to Yahusha spiritually here. Living water there. And the shepherds of Gerar strove with the shepherds of Isaac, saying that the water was theirs, and they called the name of the well Injury, for they injured him. And having departed there, he dug another well, and they strove also for that, and he named the name of it Enmity, or hatred. Interesting. And he departed there and dug another well, and they did not strive about that. And he named of it room, saying, because now Yahuwah has made room for us and has increased us upon the earth. Okay. Pretty much the same there. And he went to the well of the oath, and Yahuwah appeared to him in that night and said, I am the Elohim of Abraham, your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will barak you and multiply your seed for the sake of Abraham, your father. Okay. Interesting. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. All right. For in your help is my word. Yeah, I wonder who Yahuwah is referring to here. He's probably referring to Yahusha here. I am the Elohim of Abraham, your father. Fear not, for in your help is my word. Or you could even paraphrase, my word is your savior. And I will barak you and multiply your sons for the sake of Abraham, my servant. So the Targum Onkelos mentions Yahusha there. And he built there an altar and called on the name of Yahuwah, and he pitched his tent, and there the servants of Isaac dug a well in the valley of Gerara. Okay. Prayed in the name of Yahuwah. That's interesting. A little different with the wording, but pretty much the same. And Abimelech came to him from Gerara, and so did Akozah, his friend, and Pikol, the commander-in-chief of his army. Okay. All right. And that's showing you here really what host means. Okay. It just means army. Okay. That's all it means. So when you see the referencing the host of heaven, it's really saying the army of heaven. That's really what it's saying. Or the, I think the Hebrew word would be Sabaoth of Shamayim. And Isaac said to them, wherefore have you come to me, whereas you hated me and sent me away from you? And they said, we have surely seen that Yahuwah is with you. And we said, let there be an oath between us and you, and we will make a covenant with you. Notice how a covenant, actually, I got to correct myself here. A covenant is being separated from an oath. So it looks like a verbal agreement is not exactly a covenant. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Because it says, and we will make a covenant with you. So that's pretty interesting. That you shall do no wrong by us, as we have not abhorred you, according as we have treated you well, and have sent you forth peaceably, and now you are baruched by Yahuwah. And he made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. So it looks like they sealed the covenant with a feast. That's interesting. And they arose in the morning and swore each to his neighbor, and Isaac sent them forth, and they departed from him in safety. And it came to pass in that day that the servants of Isaac came and told him of the well which they had dug, and they said, we have not found water. And called it Oph. Therefore he called the name of that city the well of Oph until this day. And Esau was 40 years old, and he took a wife, Judith, the daughter of Beok the Hittite, and Basemath, daughter of Helon the Hittite. Well, we see that Isaac doesn't care about what his parents tell him to do. Not Isaac, my bad. Esau, my bad. I don't know. I keep getting them confused. Esau. So we see Esau does not care what his mom and his dad tell him. Don't be taking daughters of these nations. You know, his mom was really about to die if she found out Jacob took a daughter of the Canaanites, and this guy's taking wives from the Hittites, which pretty much are just as bad. We'll see later on in the Torah of Moses that it's just as bad to take a Hittite wife as would a Canaanite wife. And they were provoking to Isaac and Rebekah. Interesting. Rebels and irritators, the Targum says. That's interesting. Against the word of Isaac and Rebekah. Interesting. Okay. Now, there's not much else to really expound upon from that chapter. the famine. Okay, we had Isaac, digging wells. We have Esau marrying women he shouldn't be marrying. It's pretty substandard stuff. We're going to continue on here. Chapter 27. And it came to pass after Isaac was old that his eyes were dimmed so that he could not see. And he called Esau his elder son and said to him, my son. And he said, behold, I. And he said, behold, I am grown old and know not the day of my death. And now then take the weapons, both your quiver and your bow, and go into the plain and get me venison and make me meats as I like them and bring them to me that I may eat, that my soul may barak you before I die. And Rebekah heard Isaac speaking to Esau, his son, and Esau went to the plain to procure venison for his father to bring it. And Rebekah said to Jacob, her younger son, behold, I heard your father speaking to Esau, your brother, saying, bring me venison. Whoops, why does it do that? You stupid mouse. I hate you. Let's see here. I think we were at verse 7, probably. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And let's see. Isaac dwelt in Gerar.
Bring me some game.
Okay, hold on. No, it actually went a complete chapter prior. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah. Now then take weapons, make meats. Okay, Rebekah heard Isaac speaking to Esau's son, and Esau went to the plain to procure venison for his father. And Rebekah said to Jacob, her younger son, behold, I heard your father speaking to Esau, your brother, saying, bring me venison and prepare meats that I may eat and barak you before Yahuwah before I die. Okay, verse 8. Now then, my son, hearken to me as I command you, and go to the cattle and take for me there 2 kids, tender and good, and I will make them meats for your father as he likes. And you shall bring them into your father, and he shall eat, that your father may barak you before he dies. And Jacob said to his mother, Rebekah, Esau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I a smooth man. Peradventure my father may feel me, and I shall be before him as one ill-intentioned, and I shall bring upon me a curse, and not a barakah. And his mother said to him, on me be your curse, son. Oh, for the love of...
Yeah, really.
Rebekah, what's wrong with you?
It goes way beyond the call of motherhood.
She's playing favoritism. Only hearken to the voice and go and bring. Yep, go ahead, Gibsons.
Was this after the event where he married the wrong women?
Yeah.
Okay, so she pulls a switcheroo because we know because of Noah, that the Canaanite line, because of Ham's sin in the tent that day where he uncovered his father's nakedness and he was cursed, his bloodline was cursed to be servants to Shem and Japheth, right? And that they wouldn't get the inheritance, but that they would serve. And so now it's like mom is almost preemptively seeing to it that the inheritance goes the correct way rather than the other way into a cursed to not have anything bloodline. And it would almost dwindle all the promises right out if it went that direction.
Yeah,
it wouldn't keep moving forward.
Yeah, that's true, because the Esau would have married into Ham. He already did. And yeah, that the Baraka would go to a cursed lineage. Yeah, that. So in a way, yeah, what Rebecca's doing is actually righteous. That's a good point, Brother Jeff. That's actually a good point.
I never saw that before. I never even thought about it, but it makes perfect sense, because Noah wasn't just cursing his son, it was a prophecy, because it's something for the future that came true. And we also know from scripture that no prophecy comes about just by men alone. It's spoken through the Ruach. And so in a way, Yahuwah that day cursed, through Noah, cursed that bloodline, you know, and so I think it would have been well known moving forward who was going to get what inheritance, whose children were going to get what. And I think that played into their actions quite a bit.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All right, so that makes a lot more sense why she's doing this now. Now the story's starting to get a little bit more full here. Okay, so it's kind of like a domino effect. Esau did what he did, so now she's got a, almost like an Operation Leverage by Yahuwah to get Rebecca to do what she does. Let's see here. His mother made meats. Rebecca, having taken the fine raiment of her elder son Esau, which was with her in the house, put it on Jacob, her younger son, and she put his arms, the skins of the kids, and bare the parts of his neck. And she gave the meats and the loaves which she had prepared into the hands of Jacob, her son. And he brought to his father and said, Father, and he said, Behold, who are you, son? And Jacob said to his father, I, Esau, your firstborn, have done as you told me. Rise, sit, eat of my venison, that my soul may barak you. And Isaac said to his son, What is which you have done, you have quickly found? And he said, That which Yahuwah, your Elohim, presented before me. Okay. Excuse me. And Isaac said to Jacob, Draw near to me, and I will feel you, son, if you are my son Esau or not. And Jacob drew near to his father Isaac. Isaac felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he knew him not, for his hands were as the hands of his brother Esau, hairy, and he baruched him. And he said, Are you my son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring me here, and I will eat of your venison, son, that my soul may barak you. And he brought near to him, and he ate, and he brought him wine, and he drank. And Isaac his father said to him, Draw near to me and kiss me, son. And he drew near and kissed him, and the smell of his garments, and baruch him, and said, Behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of an abundant field, which Yahuwah has baruch. And may Elohim give of the dew of the heaven and of the fullness of the earth, abundance of grain and wine. Okay, what I do like about the Targum here is that instead of Elohim, we have Yahuwah being shown. It should be here in verse 28. It's kind of interesting. Okay, and Yahuwah shall give you the dew of heaven and the tobness of the earth and the abundance of grain and wine. Whoops. Back to verse 29 here. Okay, and let nations serve you and princes bow down to you, and you be master over your brother, and the sons of your father shall do to you reverence. And accursed is he that accurses you, and baruch is he that baruchs you. I like the fact that the Septuagint says reverence rather than worship. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, no human should be worshipped. So I would agree with the Bretons over the Onkelos there. Anyway, verse 30 here. And it came to pass.
Now, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
But it was
Sure.
continual.
You're breaking up.
Lying.
You're breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm breaking. Okay, so there was, my concern is that there's so much continual lying, even using the name of Yahuwah, which is like, man, that kind of gets to me. So I'm wondering if we'll ever see something a little different, but because, okay, so you say one lie, but you continue to feed it. And that's what's really dangerous for today because, I don't know. I just, it bothers me, but I know that there is a purpose but that purpose is kind of, do you think maybe there's some playing around with the scriptures at that point?
Well, if you're talking about the deception that his mother did, that was to ensure the promise Yahuwah forgave to Abraham's seed, not the seed of Ham. So again, the way I look at it is Yahuwah gives exceptions when it comes to his will. But that doesn't give us the right to go out straight out lying.
No.
I know a lot of people will take this and be like,
No.
oh, that's okay to lie. No.
No.
Yahuwah, it's Yahuwah's sovereignty. If he's going to use someone to do some deception so that a baraka doesn't, because you got to understand, sis, the line of Messiah was not to go through Ham. The line of Messiah had to go through Shem and Abraham by association. So now that Esau did what he did, again, he actually did this to himself. You can look at it as he did this to himself. His mother and his dad both warned him. We can go to scriptures in Genesis prior to this, chapters prior, where his mother warns him not to do this, warns her sons not to marry Canaanite women. And really, Hittites are related to the Canaanites. We can go to Numbers 13, where they're really the same genealogy as far as that's concerned. And the genealogy of Messiah was not to go through those inhabitants of the land that were actually ultimately destined to be obliterated. So Esau he was going against Yahuwah's will and Yahuwah's plan, so Yahuwah had to use extreme measures. That's the way I look at it. Yahuwah had to use extreme measures to stop the devil, what the devil was doing. The devil was trying to make sure that Messiah could not come through the lineage that he was supposed to come through. And we can see a pattern of that through the whole canon. The whole canon, even if you get into the New Testament, there's constant attacks on the lineage. Yahusha was pre-foretold by the Father himself. Once the Father says something, he can't go against what he says.
No.
He says it's going to, the expectation of nations, Genesis 49, is coming from Judah. It's not coming from Ham. It's not coming from Mitzrayim. It's not coming from anyone else but from the line of Shem, because it has to come from Judah. So Yahuwah, for multiple reasons, had to do what he did to make sure the Barakas are going to go to Shem and not to the Shemites and not the Hamites. The Ethiopians are Hamites. He had to make sure that pretty much it went through one line. And all the promises he gave to Abraham's seed was to go through Abraham's seed. And so if it doesn't go to Abraham's seed, then you have a promise being broken, and Yahuwah doesn't break his word. So I look at it as it's kind of like, it's the same thing. I explain to people the same thing with incest, why incest was allowed before the law of Moses. What is the greater will of the Father to worry about? There's no other humans on the earth. You have to have incest to populate the earth. So what's the greater will of the Father, to worry about incest or to worry about the earth being populated and being fruitful and multiply, the commandment he gives to Adam and Eve? From their family alone, they had to be fruitful and multiply because there was no other humans on the earth at that time. So I kind of look at what's happening here, sis, if that makes any sense. It's the same thing. Sometimes there's
I get it. Yeah.
It's just a greater.
But my thing was, yeah. My thought was maybe there's another book that's uncovered that would lessen it up, knowing that that's what had to be done. But like, we don't know all, so we'll in time we'll learn all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think that's why Paul says we look through a glass dimly, sis. We don't know every aspect. I think sometimes we're not meant to know every aspect. We're meant to just trust his word says what it says, and there's a purpose behind what Yahuwah does. And I think sometimes he just wants us to blindly trust him and not know everything. And I think it's hard for us humans to just blindly trust. And I think that's why Yahusha said to, what is it, Thomas, that had to put his finger through his hands?
Yes.
He's like, yeah, Thomas, you believe because you've seen me. But Baruch are those who believe, who have never seen me, who have not seen me. So it's more of a baraka for us to be able to just trust what his word says, believe what his word says, and really try our best. It's okay to question things, but just we got to understand his ways are higher than our ways. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts, and there's some things that we'll never understand until he returns. There's some things that we just got to accept. It was his greater will for this to happen because Esau, pretty much would have thwarted his plan if Yahuwah didn't do what he did with Rebecca. So, and so Yahuwah's constantly, there's this cosmic chess match right now. So that's why Paul talks about we do not battle with flesh and blood. It's spiritual powers against one another. Yahuwah against Satan, the cosmic chess match. Like Eli Marzulli says. Okay, so you got Satan makes a move, brings a pawn, Yahuwah brings a pawn. So Yahuwah, he's always not yet, Mom. Checkmate's on, checkmate is 2 Thessalonians. We're not there yet. I'm not there yet. Checkmate will be when Yahusha, his fire comes out of his mouth and destroys the Antichrist. That's when you have checkmate. That's when you have checkmate, and then an even better checkmate is when Satan's thrown into the lake of fire.
That's right.
So but right now you're gonna see constant little chess moves here. So Satan thought he was slick. Oh, I'll get Esau to get with a Hittite woman. How are you gonna bring Messiah through that lineage now, Yahuwah?
Little weasel.
Yeah. Then Yahuwah's like, all right, I'll have Jacob. I'll have Jacob have him and not
Brother, it's
Esau.
almost like the serpent. Right?
Yep.
It's almost like the serpent thing in the garden. So no, I get it. I'm just kind of wondering because like you're finding and uncovering different scriptures and different writings and from different authors. I'm just wondering if one day we'll see something just a hair different, but still the same, but maybe not so much using Yahuwah's name to swear by, or to concrete it by. That's because when you were reading it, when you were reading it, I was like, oh, I know the lie, I know it had happened, but when he uses Yahuwah's name and he's talking to his dad, that's kind of like, wow, Father, what we do, what we do. I'm not innocent. I'm not innocent. I'm just, because it's in the word.
You got to realize,
I understand.
too, he's obeying his mother too. So actually, Jacob, if you look at it this way too, Jacob is honoring his mother, and Yahuwah's leading Rebecca to do this. So I don't think Yahuwah looks at it as cursing his name, because Yahuwah's leading Rebecca to do this. He's actually causing Rebecca to do this, and Jacob's keeping one of the top 10 by respecting his parents and doing what she told him to say.
That's right.
So if it's part of Yahuwah's will, then actually he's keeping the greater of the commandments. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Jeff.
And there's a thing to keep in perspective. It's that it's about a promise made to Abraham above all. And this is the lineage that he was promised to him that would be in this land. And so he's got to keep that promise regardless of a choice that was made in the moment that may seem that we may not have a full understanding of. Let's just put it that way. And not only that, but not only that, but when we keep reading, we're going to find out that this blessing, this inheritance, is the inheritance that we receive through faith in Messiah. So it is so important that this inheritance make it all the way down through the generations, or else we would have no promise given to us. We would have no inheritance. There would be no afterlife, heaven, family. All that would be completely to the wind if these curses interfered, or if people married the wrong direction into a cursed lineage that was cursed already by Yahuwah to be servants. And he sticks to his word. And if he says they're going to be servants, they're going to be servants. So we would have a real problem where he's got to keep two words, one to Abraham and one to the Canaanites, but then somehow they cross paths. He can't keep his promise to both at that point. One's cursed to be a servant, one's blessed to have everything. So how can you make both of those true if they're the same people? And so, but it's most important because if you read in Genesis 48, you'll see as you get down to verse 17, 18, and 19, the blessing from down to Ephraim and Manasseh. And the blessing to Ephraim includes, I want to read verse 19 real fast. It says, and his father refused and said, know it, my son, I know it. He shall also become a people, but he shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Right? So now imagine if that blessing had gone the other way into a cursed bloodline. Now Ephraim wouldn't be getting this blessing. And not only would Ephraim not be getting it from his father, who had to trick his father, but then we wouldn't receive it because through Ephraim's seed, right, he would become multitude of nations. And that's us. That's the promise that includes us today. And that's what's on the line here. It's about salvation of all peoples that want to know him. And there's a lot riding on it.
Yeah, there is. And
Hallelujah.
just to piggyback,
Hallelujah.
sis, you can track Satan's plan right after initial sin. What does Satan do to stop Messiah from coming in from a human lineage? He has Cain kill Abel. You think that's by accident?
No, not at all.
There's a continual plan by Satan. Nah, I got to stop this Messiah from coming in the seed of mankind. Nah, And Yahuwah's like, all right, well, I'll have another son that Eve has, and it'll go through him. Now that Abel's dead, you got Seth. Go through Seth, you go to Shem, Abraham, and there's a constant. I really recommend. There's a video out there that talks about it. I think, and I'm not promoting this guy's theology. I'm just saying Chuck Missler does a good job about showing the attack on Messiah's lineage by Satan throughout the Bible, the whole Bible, and how it goes. It goes to the Exodus, killing every male Hebrew. Constantly, Satan is trying to thwart Messiah from coming in through the seed of the woman. And Satan knew once that prophecy Yahuwah gave in Genesis 3:15, he's like, all right, I gotta stop a Messiah from coming into the world. I gotta stop it. So that's what I believe is part of this too. Is it's a cosmic chess match. Like I said before, it's Satan's really trying to stop Yahusha from coming into the world, and that was his first plan.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I wanted to bring up some stuff. Thank you, Brother Jeff. That really cleared things up, I think. I wanted to bring some stuff up. I noticed the Targum of Jonathan mentions the word of Yahuwah a lot more in this chapter. Chapter 28, not chapter 28, chapter 27, verse 28 says, therefore the word of Yahuwah give you the good dew, which descends from the heavens, and of the good fountains that spring up and make herbage of the earth to grow from beneath, plenty of provision and wine. So this is showing the oneness here. The Targum of Onkelos says Yahuwah, the Jonathan one says the word of Yahuwah. So in their mind, it's the same person, which I would agree. Verse 31, the word of Yahuwah had impeded him from taking clean venison, but he had found a certain dog and killed him and made food of him and brought to his father and said to his father, rise, my father, and eat of my venison that my soul may barak you. I don't know about the dog part. And then I don't think Yahuwah would allow him to do that. So that would be a big problem there. A dog? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I doubt that. So no, I agree with the word of Yahuwah being there, but not the dog. Yeah, I doubt he'd be killing a dog for his dad to eat. So yeah, venison, obviously it was deer that his dad ate. So yeah, I disagree with the Targum of Jonathan. I don't know where he's getting that, but anyway. And Isaac, his father, said to him, who are you? He said, I am your firstborn son Esau. So we saw that. Okay, and seeing great wonder. Okay, I have eaten all and Isaac was wonderstruck with exceeding great wonder and said, who was he who prepared the venison, brought it to me? I have eaten of all before you, Ernest. I have Baruch him, and Baruch shall he be. When Esau heard the words of his father and cried a cry, great and bitter exceedingly, and said to his father, Barak me also me, father. And he said, your brother came with subtlety and has received my baraka. Okay. And he said, rightly is his name called Jacob. He has dealt subtly with me these 2 times. My birthright he took, and behold, now he has received my baraka. And he said, has you now left me a baraka, meaning you only have 1 baraka? And Isaac answered and said to Esau, behold, I have set him a chief over you, and of all his brothers I have given to him for servants and with grain and wine, and have subtly sustained him. And for you now, what can I do, my son? Okay. And Esau said to his father, have you but 1 baraka, father? Barak me also, my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said to him, behold, your habitation shall be of the best of the earth, or fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above, and by your sword shall you live. Now, this is interesting. What does Yahusha say about this? You live by the sword, die by the sword, right? So, interesting. And by the sword you shall live, and your brother shall obey. And it will be that when his son shall transgress the words of the law, you will cast his yoke from off your neck. So that is interesting. That's pretty interesting. So it's almost like Esau is like a spiritual seed of Satan here, where he's like on the heel, he's on the heel of Jacob, you could say, when Jacob messes up. That's kind of interesting, because that's a similar prophecy that we see in the Targums of Genesis 3 with the seed of the woman versus the seed of the serpent. So that's kind of interesting. And Esau was angry with Jacob, and because of the baraka which his father Baruch him. And Esau said in his mind, let the days of my father's mourning draw near, that I may slay my brother Jacob. Okay, so now he hated his brother in his heart. Okay. And the works of Esau, her elder son, were reported to Rebekah, and she went and called Jacob her son, said to him, behold, Esau, your brother threatens you to kill you. Verse 43, now then, my son, hear my voice and rise and depart quickly into Mesopotamia. Again, Babylon, Shinar. Okay, that's where Mesopotamia would have been. Modern day Iraq, you could say. To Laban, my brother, into Haran, and dwell with him certain days until your brother's anger. Okay, that's weird. The Septuagint doesn't even mention about anger turning away. It just says anger. Okay, so I like how the Targum says his wrath turn away. So hide from your brother until he calms down, basically. And rage depart from you, and he forget what you have done to him, and I will send and fetch you, lest at any time I should be bereaved of you both in one day. Like, she doesn't want you to lose 2 sons in one day. And Rebekah said to Isaac, here we go. There we go, reiterated here. And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of the sons of Heth, meaning the Hittites. If Jacob shall take a wife of the daughters of this land, wherefore should I live? And the Targum says, what to me is life? Like, why should I live? Why should I keep going on? So it's so dangerous. It's such a loathful thing for her sons to marry Hittites that she's actually like saying, she would rather, if that happened, she would just die. She would rather die. Yep. Go ahead, brother Jeff. Go ahead.
So if Esau would have killed Jacob, it would have checkmated the process of passing on the inheritance again, because they hadn't had kids yet. So without someone to pass it on to, right, which is very important. We even see laws regarding a woman having a child with the brother to make sure there's someone to pass it on to, right? So if he would have been killed then, the devil would have successfully stopped that inheritance being passed on again.
Yeah, and there would have been no lineage to pass that baraka to at all, because there was only 2 brothers, And if he dies and Satan wins, no Messiah comes into the world of human flesh. He's yeah, that would have been a checkmate. I agree. That really, so yeah, you could see Yahuwah's will is in all this. And I know it's hard to understand. I would recommend reading in the book of Joshua, if this is new to you, about Yahuwah sometimes using certain things like this as part of his will, like people deceiving one another as part of his will. Go to the story of Rahab. Rahab was considered to be righteous for what she did for Joshua and the spies. But again, she had to lie to the inhabitants of Jericho. So Yahuwah can sometimes, like I said before, make an exception for his will. Not to say that gives us license to deceive one another. I want to really push that home. That's not giving us license to lie. Okay? Yahuwah is just using certain people for his will and using certain instances for his will that might seem like it contradicts scripture, but it really doesn't. It's just that he's using certain instances to get a greater will being fulfilled of his plan of salvation for mankind. And so that I would recommend that as a second witness to what Yahuwah caused Rebecca to do, he caused Rahab to do for the spies. So anyway, I think that might help people understand this concept a little better. So let's see here. All right, so that was the end of 27. Let me just see here. Yep. All right, so let's see here. We're going to the last chapter now, 28, and I think it's only till verse 9, and then my mom's going to be reading Malachi portion for us. All right, so we're just reading the first 9 verses of this chapter. And again, Mesopotamia is a modern term for the region of Babylon back then. So just to explain that. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Isaac, having called for Jacob, Baruch him, and charged him, saying, "You shall not take a wife of the daughter of the Canaanites." So a third time this is iterated. Okay. Obviously, this is something important, because he keeps reminding him this. Okay. Rise and depart quickly into Mesopotamia, to the house of Bethuel. Interesting. I noticed there's no Ua in the Masoretic, but it's in the Septuagint. That's interesting. Bethuel. Interesting. The father of your mother, and to take to yourself their wife of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Okay. Let's see here. And may my Elohim Baruch you. And I actually like here how it says the all-sufficient Elohim. I think that's what Al Shaddai actually means. I agree with the Targum on Kalos. I know some people think Al Shaddai just means Elohim Almighty. I would disagree, because the way to prove this is this same Greek equivalent says my Elohim. Okay, so the thing is, if you look at the Greek Septuagint and Greek New Testament, they already have a separate word than this Greek word that's being used in this verse for Almighty. So in the Septuagint, it would disprove our assumption that Al Shaddai means Elohim Almighty. I think all-sufficient Elohim actually makes more sense. It's probably what it actually means, what Shaddai means, also that the word Shaddai means all-sufficient. Okay. Barak you and make to you increase and multiply and become assemblage of tribes. Okay. And may he give you the Barak of my father Abraham, even to you and to your seed after you, to inherit the land of your sojourning, which Elohim gave to Abraham. And again, you see the Targum has the difference here is Yahuwah is hinted at, should be there instead of Elohim. So that's interesting. So we see the Baraka being passed down here, and Yahuwah reiterating the same Baraka that he's given him is the one he gave to his father Abraham. So we see the lineage. the Baraka passing through the lineage here. So Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went into Mesopotamia to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. What's interesting here is the Targum here is saying that a Syrian is an Aramaean. That's interesting. So that kind of makes sense. You know, you got the Syriac New Testament, and then you got the Aramaic Peshitta. So you kind of got similar. It's like similar regions and similar ethnoses. It's interesting. To me, that's interesting anyway. And Esau saw that Isaac baruch Jacob and sent him away to Mesopotamia, Syria, as he baruch him to take to himself a wife there. And he charged him, saying, "You shall not take a wife of the daughters of the Canaanites." Again. So we see Esau responding to that. And so here he said, take to himself, he charged him, saying, "You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan." I guess his dad doesn't know that he already took a Hittite wife. So, you know, I guess his dad's a little out of the know there. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Jeff.
Does it say he told Jacob? Who does it say? And Esau saw.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What?
Jacob. Okay.
Blessed
Yeah.
Jacob.
I'm
He blessed Jacob and sent Jacob away, right? So, like, at that point, if Jacob's life would have been taken, like we just said, that's boom, game over. But also, if he marries a Canaanite, boom, game over. So he's like, basically, he just survived the complete death of that whole promise, and it would have only been ruined if he would have just gone and married one of these women. It would have been all for naught.
Yeah. 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 It's like dodging bullets here, you know? Yeah. And so, yeah, I agree. So it seems like now his dad is reiterating this to him because his dad has a sense of urgency, just like his mother. And he's trying to reiterate to him, do not do that. Do not take a Canaanite woman. And so we see Jacob hearken to his father and his mother and went to Mesopotamia, Syria. Here we go. Strike two, Esau. Here we go. And Esau, also having seen that the daughters of Canaan were evil before his father Isaac, Esau went to Ishmael and okay, so he actually did something right here. Went to Ishmael and took Melech, the daughter of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, the sister of Nabaioth, a wife in addition to his other wives. Okay, so he has multiple wives. And Jacob went forth from the well of the oath and departed into Haran. All right, yeah, that's past what we're supposed to be reading today. Okay, so we already see here that Esau, it seems like he might have not done a strike two, but I mean, he already has 2 strikes from selling his birthright and marrying a Hittite woman. So, you know, he just somehow avoided a strike 3, but we'll see later on that really doesn't matter. Yahuwah has despised him. When you get to a certain point in the book of Malachi, you know, Esau already made his bed. So anyway, so I'm going to turn over to my mom now. She's going to be reading for us Malachi chapter 1. Let me just edit this compare parallel thing so I can get the right. Let's see here. Hold on. My bad. I did not want to do that. Let's see here. Arrange models. Yeah, whoever has, is anyone not muted that's supposed to be muted? I hear something else on the background. Hold on. Okay. I think, oh, okay, here we go. We're fine now. All right, shalom, Sister Alyssa. Thank you for joining us. I noticed you just jumped in to the meeting. Okay. All right, so, yeah, Brother Jeff, I see your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can quickly tie this to the Messiah. In Galatians 3:29, it says, "And if you be Yahushas, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise." Once Yahusha stepped on the scene, it was no longer about bloodline. And so just simply killing someone would not stop the process at this point. And so that whole thing of intermarriage and like being foreign and being murdered would no longer matter because now it's all about belief in the Messiah, right? So it would effectively stop the devil at his biggest game right there. Of course, he'd want to stop that because he can't just stop the inheritance by stopping the bloodline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he he would have to completely thwart the whole plan. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely. So, Mom, you ready? You're there on the Malachi? Okay. All right. I got this. I got the parallel here with the ISR, Masoretic with the Septuagint, and we're going to go to Malachi here. So that way we can test this here. Let's see here. Okay, Malachi, where are you, bud? Here we go. Malachi 1. Go ahead, Mom.
Okay. An oracle, the word of Yahuwah to Israel through Malachi. I have loved you, says Yahuwah, but you ask, how have you loved us? Was not Esau's Jacob's brother? The Yahuwah says, yet I have loved Jacob, but Esau I have hated. And I have turned his mountains into a wasteland and left his inheritance to the desert jackals. Edom may say, though we have been crushed, we will rebuild the ruins. But this is what Yahuwah Almighty says. They may build, but I will demolish. They will be called the wicked land, a people always under the wrath of Yahuwah. You will see it with your own eyes and say, great is Yahuwah, even beyond the borders of Israel. A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If I am a father, where is the honor that I am due? If I am a master, where is the respect for me or due me? Says the Lord, says Yahuwah Almighty, it is you, O priests, who despise my name. But you ask, how have we despised your name? You place defiled food on my altar, but you ask, how have we defiled you? By saying that Yahuwah's table is contemptible when you being blind animals for sacrifice, when you bring blind animals for sacrifice, is that not wrong? When you sacrifice crippled or diseased animals, is that not wrong? Try offering them to your governor. Would he be pleased with you? Would he accept you? Says Yahuwah Almighty. Now implore Yahuwah to be gracious to us with such offerings from your hands. Will he accept you? Says Yahuwah Almighty. Oh, that one of you would shut the temple doors so that you would not light useless fires on my altar. I am not pleased with you, says Yahuwah Almighty, and I will accept no offering from your hands. My name will be great among the nations, from the rising to the setting of the sun. In every place, incense and pure offerings will be brought to my name, because my name will be great among the nations, says Yahuwah Almighty. But you profane it by saying of Yahuwah's table, it is defiled, and of its food, it is contemptible. And you say, what a burden. And you sniff at its contemptuals, as it contemptuously, says Yahuwah Almighty. When you bring injured, crippled, or diseased animals and offer them as sacrifices, should I accept them from your hands, says Yahuwah? Cursed is the cheat who has an acceptable male in his flock and vows to give it, but then sacrifices a blemished animal to Yahuwah, for I am a great king, says Yahuwah Almighty, and my name is to be feared among the nations. That's chapter 1. Okay. Any comments, Doug?
I just find it interesting that your NIV is practically copying and pasting the Septuagint practically when it's referring to his name. Instead of hosts or armies, it says Yahuwah Almighty in the Septuagint along with your NIV. So I kind of find it funny the NIV is like copying and pasting. So I gotta give them credit for that. At least they're at least choosing a better version of the Old Testament. I'll give them credit where credit is due. And a great king is literally verbatim the phrase in that verse you just read. That's what the Septuagint says. So I'm just saying, it's even though that's not different than Masoretic, I just find it different. Like it's interesting. The English word for wording is almost exactly the same in the NIV as in the Septuagint. Another thing to note before we go is the NIV sometimes takes the Septuagint over the Masoretic. One instance you can find is in Job 1:6. Instead of putting sons of Elohim, when it talks about Satan appearing to Yahuwah, your NIV would actually say the angels came before Yahuwah and Satan was among them. And that's exactly word for word the way the Septuagint puts it. So again, the NIV like pretty much sides with the Septuagint in Job 1:6. So anyway, so I thought that was interesting to note. Let's see here. Chapter 2.
Okay. And this is admonition for the priests. And now this admonition is for you, O priests. If you do not listen, and if you do not set your heart to honor my name, says Yahuwah Almighty, I will send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yes, I have already cursed them, because you have not set your heart to honor me. Because of you, I will rebuke your descendants. I will spread on your faces the offal from your festival sacrifices, and you will be carried off with it. And you will know that I have sent you the admonition, so that my covenant with Levi may continue, says Yahuwah Almighty. My covenant was with him, a covenant of life and peace, and I gave them to him. This called for reverence, and he revered me and stood in awe of my name. True instruction was in his mouth, and nothing false was found on his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and turned many from sin. For the lips of a priest ought to preserve knowledge, and from his mouth men should seek instruction, because he is the messenger of Yahuwah Almighty.
Stop. That's it.
Oh,
It only goes to chapter 2, verse 7 for that portion.
okay.
So we'll stop there for Malachi. Yep. And again, the NIV sides with the Septuagint again for Yahuwah's name, Yahuwah Almighty in verse 7. So I just find it very interesting that they're using the same terminology rather than the Masoretic that would say Yahuwah Sabaoth for Yahuwah of armies, Yahuwah of hosts. So that's kind of interesting to me. So yeah, this is all about giving esteem to his name, not hating his commands. And I was reading the other day in Leviticus 26 that kind of goes along with this, where Yahuwah is giving the instance of the Barak of curses, and how in the Targum of Jonathan it actually says, if you despise the words, the commandments of my covenant, my word will hate you. The word of Yahuwah will hate you. And so I find it very interesting that at this point, it seems like that's what's happening at this point in Malachi, is Yahusha's despising his people because they have despised his word. They have despised his covenant, to break his covenant, to break his commands. So I find it very interesting. So we're going to continue on here. And Mom, since you had such a short portion there,
All right.
I
Are
think
we back in Malachi?
no, we're going to go.
Hosea.
We're going to go to Hosea.
Okay, I got it.
And not Hosea, my bad. 1 Samuel chapter 1. I think you'll read chapters 1 to 4, and Sister Josie, since she volunteered earlier, she'll read chapter 5 to chapter 8. We'll break it up. So, all right.
Okay.
So yeah, everyone, we're up to 1 Samuel chapter 1.
Okay, the birth of Samuel. There was a certain man from Ramathaim, a Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah, son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zoph, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives. One was called Hannah, and the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had none. Year after year, this man went up from his town to worship and sacrifice to Yahuwah Almighty at Shiloh, where Hophni and Phinehas, the 2 sons of Eli, were priests of Yahuwah. Whenever the day came for Elkanah to sacrifice, he would give portions of the meat to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah he gave a double portion because he loved her. And Yahuwah had closed her womb. And because the Lord had closed her womb, her rival kept provoking her in order to irritate her. This went on year after year. Whenever Hannah went up to the house of Yahuwah, her rival provoked her till she wept and would not eat. Elkanah, her husband, would say to her, Hannah, why are you so weeping? Why don't you eat? Why are you downhearted? Don't I mean more than this? I'm sorry. Don't I mean more to you than 10 sons? Once, when they had finished eating and drinking in Shiloh, Hannah stood up. Now Eli the priest was sitting on a chair by the doorpost of Yahuwah's temple. In bitterness of soul, Hannah wept much and prayed to Yahuwah, and she made a vow, saying, O Yahuwah Almighty, if you will only look upon your servant's misery and remember me, and not forget your servant, but give her a son, then I will give him to Yahuwah all the days of his life, and no razor will ever be used on his head. As she kept on praying to Yahuwah, Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was praying in her heart, and her lips were moving, but her voice was not heard. Eli thought she was drunk and said to her, How long will you keep on getting drunk? Get rid of your wine. Not so, my lord, Hannah replied. I am a woman who is deeply troubled. I have not been drinking wine or beer. I was pouring out my soul to Yahuwah. Do not take your servant for a wicked woman. I have been praying here out of my great anguish and grief. Eli answered, Go in peace, and may Yahuwah of Israel grant you what you have asked of him. She said, May your servant find favor in your eyes. Then she went her way and ate something, and her face was no longer downcast. Early the next morning, they arose and worshipped before Yahuwah, and then went back to their home at Ramah. Elkanah lay with Hannah, his wife, and Yahuwah remembered her. So in the course of time, Hannah conceived and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, saying, Because I asked Yahuwah for him. When the man Elkanah went up with all his family to offer the annual sacrifice to Yahuwah and to fulfill his vow, Hannah did not go. She said to her husband, After the boy is weaned, I will take him and present him before Yahuwah, and he will live there always. Do what seems best to you, Elkanah, her husband told her. Stay here until you have weaned him. Only may Yahuwah make good his word. So the woman stayed at home and nursed her son until she had weaned him. After he was weaned, she took the boy with her, young as he was, along with a 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine, and brought him to the house of Yahuwah at Shiloh. When they had slaughtered the bull, they brought the boy to Eli, and she said to him, As surely as you live, my Elohim, I am the woman you stood here beside you praying to Yahuwah. I prayed for this child, and Yahuwah has granted me what I asked of him. So now I give him to Yahuwah. For his whole life he will be given over to Yahuwah, and he worshipped Yahuwah there. Hannah's prayer.
Hold on, Mom. There is a couple differences I wanted to read, just look at before we continue to chapter 2 here. Just like one or two differences that I'm looking at here. I'm even looking at a footnote from
I have footnotes
from the ISR 2009 here. They got a little footnote for verse 24. It says, footnote, Dead Sea Scrolls read 1 3-year-old bulls. Also see Genesis 15 verse 9. So I found that interesting. Also, verse 20, I was looking at the Septuagint here. I noticed it just says, I have asked Yahuwah for him. In the Septuagint, it says, I asked him of Yahuwah, Elohim of Sabaoth, and that would be Elohim of angel armies, or Elohim of armies, of heaven's armies, because the Hebrew word Sabaoth means armies. So I find that interesting that that's left out in the Masoretic and Targum, or just the Masoretic. Yep, go ahead, Brother Jeff.
Joshua has a thing.
So I was looking at the Blue Letter Bible app because I was reading the NIV version, following along, and there's a little note in here in verse 22 where it says that the Dead Sea Scrolls read different than the. It says, "I dedicated him as a Nazarite all the days of his life." But I don't see that in the Masoretic or the Septuagint, just the Dead Sea Scroll.
Yeah, I wonder. Hold on. Let me switch my ISR to. I wonder if the Targum mentions it. Let's see here. Click this off. Go to Unkalos. All right. Oh no, that's right. They only have Pentateuch on here. Never mind. All right. So that makes sense. It kind of fills in the gap there. I would agree with the Dead Sea Scrolls on that. That kind of fits it in. I mean, you can kind of infer from it, even though it's not literally there from the Masoretic or Septuagint, just because, we read in Numbers 5, if you go to Numbers 5 before this point, you got the Nazarite vow, which pretty much mirrors what was her Hananiah or Hannah? Hannah, she basically says he will not drink wine, he will not shave his head. We know other people in scripture that the only prerequisites they did that was to be a Nazarite. So we know if we use context here, we can get that. But I liked how the Dead Sea Scrolls actually tells you outright. So it's a little bit of extra information that the Septuagint and Masoretic, I guess, word for word manuscripts leave out.
Syriac year.
So, yeah, I mean, it's very possible the Dead Sea Scrolls have added information kind of like how the Targums do, and helps people understand it a little bit better. So I agree. I like the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think that fits that in and helps people that don't understand Yahuwah's Torah too well, why he's, he can't go near the grapes, he can't drink the wine, he can't shave his head. So you can find that in Numbers chapter 5. Anyone that's interested, you can find that in Numbers chapter 5. That's what the Nazarites had to do. By the way, the Levites could drink. They just could not drink when they were in service, when they would go into service into the temple, just to clarify that. Because a lot of people like to say, oh, Levites and Nazarites are the same. No. The Nazarite vow is completely different from being a Levite. Levites, they don't have restrictions not to cut their hair. They can do that. So there is a difference. So I just wanted to make a clear differentiation between the Nazarite vow and being a Levite, like a full-term Levite. So, yeah. But that's a good thing to bring out, Brother Joshua. Thank you. And you said Blue Letter Bible does that? I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. I'm surprised they have a footnote like that. I guess the NIV gives you that. Does the NIV say that on your footnotes, Mom? Mm-hmm. On your physical NIV? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just checking. All right. Okay, cool. So let's see. We're going to go to chapter 2 now.
Hannah's prayer. Okay. Then Hannah prayed and said, my heart rejoices in Yahuwah. In Yahuwah, my horn is lifted high. My mouth boasts over my enemies, for I delight in your deliverance. There is no one set apart like Yahuwah. There is no one besides you. There is no rock like our Elohim. Do not keep talking so proudly, or let your mouth speak such arrogance. For Yahuwah is Elohim who knows, and by him deeds are weighed. The bows of the warriors are broken, but those who stumbled are armed with strength. Those who were full hire themselves out for food, but those who were hungry hunger no more. She who is barren has borne 7 children, but she who has had many sons pines away. Yahuwah brings death and makes alive. He brings down to Sheol and raises up. Yahuwah sends poverty and wealth. He humbles and he exalts. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the ash heap. He seats them with princes and has them inherit a throne of honor. For the foundations of the earth are Yahuwah's. Upon them he has set the world. He will guard the feet of his saints, but the wicked will be silenced in darkness. It is not by strength that one prevails. Those who oppose Yahuwah will be shattered. He will thunder against them from heaven. Yahuwah will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king and exalt the strength of his anointed. Then Elkanah went home to Ramah, but the boy ministered before Yahuwah under Eli the priest. Go on, Doug.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Eli's wicked sons. Eli's sons were wicked men. They had no regard for Yahuwah. Now it was the practice of the priests with the people that whenever anyone offered a sacrifice, and while the meat was being boiled, the servant of the priest would come with a 3-pronged fork in his hand. He would plunge it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot, and the priest would take for himself whatever the fork brought up. This is how they treated all the Israelites who came to Shiloh. But even before the fat was burned, the servant of the priest would come and say to the man who was sacrificing, give the priest some meat to roast. He won't accept boiled meat from you, but only raw. If the man said to him, let the fat be burned up first, and then take whatever you want, the servant would then answer, no, hand it over now. No, hand it over now. If you don't, I'll take it by force. This sin is the young men was very great in Yahuwah's sight, for they were treating Yahuwah's offering with contempt. But Samuel was ministering before Yahuwah, a boy wearing a linen ephod. Each year, his mother made him a little robe and took it to him when she went up with her husband to offer the annual sacrifice. Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife, saying, may Yahuwah give you children by this woman to take the place of the one she prayed for and gave to Yahuwah. They would go home, and Yahuwah was gracious to Hannah. She conceived and gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel grew up in the presence of the Lord. Kind of reminds me of Yahusha, how Mary loved him, birthed him, and raised him as a little boy, And then she had to say goodbye to him. He had to go about his father's business. And it kind of seems like a correlation to me there. I just wanted to say that. Now Eli, who was very old, heard about everything his sons were doing to all Israel and how they slept with the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. So he said to them, "Why do you do such things? I hear from all the people about these wicked deeds of yours. No, my sons, it is not a good report that I hear spreading among Yahuwah's people. If a man sins against another man, Yahuwah may mediate for him. But if a man sins against the Elohim, who will intercede for him? His sons, however, did not listen to their father's rebuke, for it was Yahuwah's will to bring them to death." And the boy Samuel continued to grow in stature and in favor with Yahuwah and with men. Prophecy against the house of Eli.
Now, chapter 3 you're at?
I'm at verse 27 on chapter 2.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure we're...
I paused there to see
Okay.
if you wanted to say something.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Now a man of Yahuwah came to Eli and said to him, "This is what the Almighty says. Did I not clearly reveal myself to your father's house when they were in Egypt under Pharaoh? I chose your father out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar to burn incense, and to wear an ephod in my presence. I also gave your father's house all the offerings made with fire by the Israelites. Why do you scorn my sacrifice and offering that I prescribed for my dwelling? Why do you honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choice parts of every offering made by my people Israel? Therefore, the Almighty Yahuwah of Israel declares, I promised that your house and your father's house would minister before me forever. But now the Almighty declares, far be it from me. Those who honor me I will honor, but those who despise me will be disdained. The time is coming when I will cut short your strength and the strength of your father's house, so that there will not be an old man in your family line, and you will see distress in my dwelling. Although good will be done to Israel, in your family line there will never be an old man. Every one of you that I do not cut off from my altar will be spared, only to blind your eyes with tears and to grieve your heart. And all your descendants will die in the prime of life. And what happens to your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, will be a sign to you. They will both die on the same day. I will raise up for myself a faithful priest who will do according to what is in my heart and mind. I will firmly establish his house, and he will minister before my anointed one always. Then everyone left in your family line will come and bow down before him for a piece of silver and a crust of bread and plead, appoint me to some priestly office so I can have food to eat. That's the end of chapter 2.
Okay. All right, let's see here. There's like one note I have from chapter 2, and we can go straight into chapter 3. I found an interesting messianic prophecy in the Septuagint version of chapter 2, so I want to go back to that here. Let me just go backwards here.
Was it about the silver?
No.
No.
There's an extra portion in the Septuagint of verse 10 here. There's like a whole paragraph missing.
Okay.
Let's see here. It says, Yahuwah will weaken his adversary. Yahuwah is set apart. Let not the wise man boast in his wisdom. Now, where have we heard this before? Sounds like Paul here. Nor let the mighty man boast in his strength. Let not the rich man boast in his wealth, but let him that boasts boast in this, to understand and know Yahuwah. I could have swore Paul says somewhere that in Romans or somewhere. And to execute judgment and justice in the midst of the earth. Yahuwah has gone up to the heavens and has thundered. He judged the extremities of the earth, and he gives strength to our kings, and he will exalt the horn of his Messiah, and she left him there before Yahuwah. So basically all the Masoretic has in that verse is like maybe a quarter of that second part, talking about exalting the horn of his anointed. That's about it. It's missing the whole part about Yahuwah thundering in his wrath. It's missing. Yahuwah has gone up, the heavens has thundered. He will judge the extremities of the earth. He will give strength to kings and to his, so give strength to our kings is missing. Yep, go ahead, Gibsons.
Yeah, verse 29 struck me as tithing in the modern day church, right? In verse 29, it says, and wherefore you have looked upon my incense offering and my meat offering with a shameless eye, and have honored your sons above me, so that they should bless themselves with the first fruits of every sacrifice of Israel before me, right? It's like with this epidemic of these rich pastors living lavish lives with their families, off of the offerings of people that they make to Yahuwah.
Yeah.
Well, or to whoever they're making them to. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, they yeah, and he's posing it as a question. It seems like it's like, is this right to do this? Yeah, that's a good point. So we see that the so far what my mom read, the Levitical system is starting to get corrupted a bit by this priest's sons that are supposed to be serving after their father dies. You know, Eli's sons, and we kind of see the problem here is his sons, and he's unfortunately, it seems like, I don't know if my mom got to it towards the end of chapter 2, but it seems like Yahuwah is soon going to judge Eli for not rebuking his sons and really not taking up the responsibility of raising them up in the way, you know, that there's going to be a punishment for Eli for doing that. So for him not sucking it up and having to, you know, we can even tie this to the Brit Hadashah. You know, Yahusha says, if you love your family members more than me, you are not worthy to follow me. You're not worthy of me. So we see this again with even in the Tanakh, there's this concept, and Eli is sinning by not rebuking his sons. And yep, go ahead, Brother Jeff.
When we read in Malachi 2, it was describing what we're reading right now. And right before this section, the portion connected to this, it says, and now, O priests, this commandment is to you. If you will not hearken, if you will not lay it to heart to give glory to my name, saith Yahuwah Almighty, then I will send forth the curse upon you, and I will bring a curse upon your blessing. Yea, I will curse it, and I will scatter your blessing, and it shall not exist among you, because you lay it not to heart. Right? So then what we're reading about right now is about those sons not taking his words to heart. And then it's almost it's another shot at what's been promised to them.
Yeah. Yep. And you specifically see that, to add to your point, verse 17 of this chapter, my mom just read, points it out. It was very great. So this is not no little sin. It's very great before Yahuwah. And, you know, basically Eli's responses, you know, we're going to see, I don't know if it was in this chapter, it might be in the beginning of the chapter my mom's about to read, but he's going to kind of, in his defense, he just says, let Yahuwah do what's best. So it's kind of like the human inclination of just giving it to Yahuwah instead of doing what we're responsible to do with our children, you know? So,
he's going to die for it.
Yeah. So, yep. Go ahead, Mom. Read chapter 3.
Okay. All right. Yahuwah calls Samuel. The boy Samuel ministered before Yahuwah under Eli. In those days, the word of Yahuwah was rare. There were not many visions. One night, Eli, whose eyes were becoming so weak that he could barely see, was lying down in his usual place. The lamp of Yahuwah had not yet gone out, and Samuel was lying down in the temple of Yahuwah where the ark of Yahuwah was. Then the Almighty called Samuel. Samuel answered, "Here I am." And he ran to Eli and said, "Here I am, you called me." But Eli said, "I did not call you. Go back and lie down." So he went and lay down. Again, the Almighty called Samuel, and Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, "Here am I. You called me." My son Eli said, "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Now Samuel did not yet know Yahuwah. The word of Yahuwah had not yet been revealed to him.
Hold on. Your verse is prior. The NIV says the Almighty.
No, I know. I said that.
Okay,
I said
okay.
that.
I'm just checking here because that would be extreme paraphrase there.
Okay.
No,
I
no,
thought it
okay.
made
No, I
sense.
thought it was no. It's Yahuwah there. It should be. It's in
Okay.
verse 6. It should be the Tetragrammaton. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, Yahuwah called Samuel, and Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, "Here I am. You called." Okay. You want me to go on to
Yep.
All right.
We're gonna stop once you read 4. We'll stop, and then Sister Josie will take the last 3 chapters.
Okay.
So you.
The Lord called, Yahuwah called Samuel
It's okay.
a third time, and Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, "Here I am, you called me." Then Eli realized that Yahuwah was calling the boy, so Eli told Samuel, "Go and lie down, and if he calls you, say, 'Speak, Yahuwah, for your servant is listening.'" So Yahuwah came and stood there, calling as at the other times, "Samuel, Samuel." Then Samuel said, "Speak, for your servant is listening." And Yahuwah said to Samuel, "See, I am about to do something in Israel that will make the ears of everyone who hears of it tingle. At that time, I will carry out against Eli everything I spoke against his family from beginning to end. For I told him that I would judge his family forever because of the sin he knew about his sons made themselves contemptible, and he failed to restrain them. Therefore I swore to the house of Eli, the guilt of Eli's house will never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering." Samuel lay down until morning and then opened the doors of the house of Yahuwah. He was afraid to tell Eli the vision. But Eli called him and said, "Samuel, my son?" Samuel answered, "Here I am." "What was it he said to you?" Eli asked. "Do not hide it from me. May Yahuwah deal with you, be it ever so severely, if you hide from me anything he told you." So Samuel told him everything, hiding nothing from him. Then Eli said, "He is Yahuwah. Let him do what is good in his eyes." Yahuwah was with Samuel as he grew up, and he let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba recognized that Samuel was retested as a prophet of Yahuwah, The Elohim continued to appear at Shiloh, and there he revealed himself to Samuel through his word. And Samuel's word came to all Israel. Okay, and then 4 starts.
Yep. So let's see here. Verse 21. By the word. So we're starting to even see Yahusha being mentioned here. I'm noticing in verse 21. says Yahuwah revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of Yahuwah. So it's using the word of Yahuwah as a person, which I find interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's in the Masoretic. So that's very, very few times do you see that in the Masoretic where they actually reference the word of Yahuwah as a person or as a agent that Yahuwah is speaking to us by, you could say, which I kind of find interesting. But even here, Mom, verse 21 in the Septuagint has a little bit more here again.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of differences I'm seeing here. And Yahuwah manifests himself again in Siloam, meaning Shiloh, for Yahuwah revealed himself to Samuel. Now that's interesting. It doesn't say by the word of Yahuwah. It says Yahuwah. I see a little oneness here. And Samuel was a credit to all Yasharal as a prophet to Yahuwah from one end of the land to the other. Heli, very old, and his sons kept advancing, and their way was evil before Yahuwah. Now, unless they're going to continue this statement into the next chapter, the Masoretic text is leaving out a pretty big portion out of that verse 21 in chapter 3 that you just read. They're leaving out that his sons did evil before Yahuwah. I find that very weird. Advancing in wickedness, and their way was evil before Yahuwah is not mentioned in that verse of the NIV of the Masoretic text. So,
well, it's going on to say the Philistines captured the ark.
oh, so nope. Next. So that means they just completely omitted part of verse 21. Then sometimes the verse numbers are different, and sometimes I'll give Masoretic text benefit of the doubt, but it looks like they completely omitted half of that verse in 21 of chapter 3. I also got a couple other references in chapter 3 to go to before we read the last chapter for you, before we go to Josie with chapter 5. I got verse 11 here stood out to me. Let's see here. And Yahuwah said to Samuel, behold, I execute my words. Now, it could just be the English phrasing is better in the Brentons. I don't know. But I like the fact that instead of it's just saying, I will do a thing in Israel, Yahuwah is saying in the Septuagint, Yahuwah is saying, I execute my words in Israel. So it's showing that his word is not restrained. What he says he does. What he says he's going to do, he's going to do. So that I kind of like in verse 11 of the Septuagint. Let's see here, verse 13. I have told him that I will be avenged on his house perpetually for the lawlessness of his sons, because his sons spoke evil against Elohim, and he did not admonish them. What I like about that, it's more literal than his sons made vile themselves. I mean, it's the way the Masoretic has it read in the
contemptible.
Yeah, contemptible, but what makes them contemptible? The Septuagint is letting you know what the context is, because his son spoke evil against Yahuwah, against Elohim, and he did not, and because Eli, their father, did not admonish them. So I thought that was pretty important. Verse 14, the next verse, there's something pretty big and important in. Let's see here. It actually says that because of Ali's not admonishing his sons, now here comes the curse. The lawlessness of the house of Ali shall not be atoned for with incense or sacrifices forever. Meaning you're pretty much, there's no way to be reconciled. His family, his lineage, there's no way to be reconciled because there's no atonement. So that's pretty bad. That's kind of like you're cut off. Yeah.
It says here that the house will never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering.
Yeah.
Which is basically what you said.
Yeah. The Gibsons had a question here about when you were reading. Yeah. My mom's new to the terminology, so sometimes she tries to do her best not to say the Lord. So she's
once in a while.
It's okay. It's okay. She was doing pretty good. All right. So no, but my mom's new to this, like to reading an English Bible, and know that every time it says the Lord for the Father, it's supposed to be the YHWH. So she's learning. So yeah. So yeah, that was just a minor hiccup there. Let me see here. but yeah, so the Almighty actually should only be there if I forget the Hebrew word for Almighty, but it's not Shaddai, according to the Targum. I would have to look up where it actually says Almighty in the Masoretic. 1 Samuel 3:21 is, and Yahuwah, I already mentioned that. Okay, verse 11. 2:29 we already talked about. Let's see, verse 21 we already talked about. Verse 7 and verse 20. Now after that we'll go right into chapter 4. I got 2 more cross references. I had a lot from chapter 3. Let's see here. Yahuwah makes poor, he makes rich, he brings low and lifts up. And let's see here. Hold on. Why does it keep doing that? I'm getting sick and tired of this stupid thing doing that. Okay, he makes more, makes rich, he lifts up. Oh, verse 6 I meant to actually write down, not verse 7. Yahuwah kills and makes alive, he brings down to the grave and brings up. We can link this with the Brit Hadashah, the New Testament, where Yahusha, he resurrects himself, right? He makes himself alive, and he went down to the grave. So we can even say that, in a way, connects to the crucifixion of Yahusha and his resurrection. So anyway, I thought that was interesting because I believe, what is it, Mom? Peter or Paul talks about when rebuking the Judeans. I think it's in the book of Acts or somewhere. It talks about whom you crucified, the Elohim of our fathers raised from the dead. So,
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that's it. So we're going to go. Actually, no, hold on. I got verse 20, and then we'll go to the next chapter. Let's see here. And Heli, Baruch, Helkanah, and his wife, saying, Yahuwah repaid to you seed of this woman in return for the loan which you have lent to Yahuwah. And the man returned to his place. This is kind of interesting. So it's talking about the seed of this woman. And I thought it was pretty interesting. Kind of reminds me of the seed of the woman and all that. And repaying a baraka to her seed, her lineage, that her children would come through because of her sanctifying or setting apart her child as a Nazarite to Yahuwah, like basically dedicating her child to Yahuwah. So I thought that was interesting in verse 20. Okay, so we can continue, Mom. Go ahead and read chapter 4.
Okay. Now the Israelites went out to fight against the Philistines. The Israelites camped at Ebenezer, and the Philistines at Aphek. The Philistines deployed their forces to meet Israel, and as the battle spread, Israel was defeated by the Philistines, who killed about 4,000 of them on the battlefield. When the soldiers returned to camp, the elders of Israel asked, Why did Yahuwah bring defeat upon us today before the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of Yahuwah's covenant from Shiloh, so that it may go with us and save us from the hand of our enemies. So the people had sent men to Shiloh, and they brought back the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah Almighty, who was enthroned between the cherubim. And Eli's 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah. When the ark of Yahuwah's covenant came into the camp, all Israel raised such a great shout that the ground shook. Hearing the uproar, the Philistines asked, What's all this shouting in the Hebrew camp? When they learned that the ark of Yahuwah had come to the camp, the Philistines were afraid. Yahuwah has come into the camp, they said. We're in trouble. Nothing like this has happened before. Woe to us! Who will deliver us from the hand of these mighty Elohims? They are the Elohims who struck the Egyptians with all kinds of plagues in the desert. Be strong, Philistines. Be men, or you will be subject to the Hebrews. So they have been to you. Be men and fight. So the Philistines fought, and the Israelites were defeated, and every man fled to his tent. The slaughter was very great. Israel lost 30,000 foot soldiers. The ark of Yahuwah was captured, and Eli's 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, died. Okay. Death of their father Eli. Okay. That same day, a Benjamite ran from the battle line and went to Shiloh, his clothes torn and dust on his head. When he arrived, there was Eli sitting on his chair by the side of the road, watching, because his heart feared for the ark of Yahuwah. When the man entered the town and told what had happened, the whole town sent up a cry. Eli heard the outcry and asked, "What is the meaning of this uproar?" The man hurried over to Eli, who was 98 years old, and whose eyes were set so that he could not see. He told Eli, "I have just come from the battle line. I fled from it this very day." Eli asked, "What happened, my son?" The man who brought the news replied, "Israel fled before the Philistines, and the army has suffered heavy losses. Also, your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of Yahuwah has been captured." When he mentioned the ark of Yahuwah, Eli fell backward off his chair by the side of the gate. His neck was broken, and he died, for he was an old man and heavy. He had led Israel 40 years. His daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant and near the time of delivery. When she heard the news that the ark of Yahuwah had been captured and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she went into labor and gave birth, but was overcome by her labor pains. As she was dying, the woman attended her, I lost my place, said, "Don't despair. You have given birth to a son." But she did not respond or pay any attention. She named the boy Ichabod, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel because of the capture of the ark of Yahuwah and the deaths of her father-in-law and her husband." She said, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the ark of Yahuwah has been captured." Pretty sad.
What's interesting here is the verse you just read in 22. Let's see here. What's interesting is the Masoretic has Elohim for verse 22, and the Septuagint has Yahuwah. So this is interesting. So the Septuagint would actually have it read the Ark of Yahuwah. The Masoretic has the Ark of Elohim, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's what I have exactly.
Oh, the NIV has
the NIV says
Ark of the Lord.
Says the glory has departed from Israel, for the Ark of Yahuwah has been captured.
No, but in the English, is it Lord or God?
God.
Yeah, so they have Elohim. Okay, so yeah, so God is Elohim. The English, for anyone watching English, usually when it has the Ark of and then it says the Lord, it's actually supposed to be Yahuwah. So I find that interesting. The Masoretic indicates Elohim instead of the Tetragrammaton. Yep, go ahead, Gibsons. I see your hands up.
I think Josh might have had something first. Did you? Okay, so in 1 Samuel 3:1, what we just read about was the prophecy given to Samuel when in his sleep, right? When he kept waking up.
Yeah.
It says that I have told him that I will be avenged on his house perpetually for the iniquity of his sons. In verse 12, it says, in that day I will raise up against Heli all the things that I have said against his house. I will begin and I will make an end. Right? And we just read about that happening just now, about the son and the men dying in battle, and then the woman dying, giving birth, and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a direct punishment. This time you can say Yahuwah repaid immediately rather than sometimes he'll repay later on. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Verse 18 in the Masoretic, it reads that he judged Israel for 40 years, but the Septuagint reads that he judged them for 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I would wonder, I think we would have to look at probably the guy's age to figure out which one would be accurate. I'm trying to think. 40 years seems kind of off, only because he's at the end of his life. So I don't know, that seems kind of off, but I don't know. This is just my opinion. I would side with the Septuagint on the years. It makes a little bit more sense than 20. And like we talked about on off the record last night, the Masoretes could have had an agenda to make the years more than they were, to make them look more favorable in a way, make the Hebrews look more favorable, and make it look like Yahuwah still allowed Eli to reign for an extra 20 years, So that's kind of what my thought process would be, testing those two. But I'm glad you brought them up, because that is a pretty big difference. Let's see here. What else did I have from chapter 4? The Masoretic, one positive for the Masoretic in this chapter I'll give them is in verse 2. When it's talking about the covenant, it doesn't just say the Ark of the Covenant. It doesn't just say the Ark of Yahuwah. It says the Ark of the Covenant of Yahuwah. And I thought that was interesting. Let me see if I'm citing this right here yet. 1 Samuel 4, verse 2. Let's see. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I got to go to chapter 4 here. I don't know why I went back to chapter 3. Yeah, so let's see here. What the heck?
Want me to read it?
Let's see. Join battles so the army filled for 4,000 men. I must have miscited that verse. That's not in that chapter. I'm looking for a verse where in the Masoretic it says of the covenant of Yahuwah, and the Septuagint obviously doesn't say it. Let me see here. I think I might have got the chapter numbers wrong. Here we go. Verse 3. Okay. Yeah, so the difference in verse 3 of chapter 4, in the Masoretic, it says, let us fetch the Ark of the Covenant of Yahuwah out of Shiloh. And it just says, let us take the Ark of our Elohim, our Elohim, for the Septuagint. So I find that interesting. The phrase of the covenant of Yahuwah is missing in the Septuagint rather than the Masoretic. So I find that interesting. Whether the Masoretic text added it or somehow it got omitted from the Septuagint eventually being translated in Latin into the Codex Vaticanus, something happened there. Either way. So let's see here. I think verse 21 of chapter 4, let's see here. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, the esteem is departed from Israel, because the ark of Elohim is taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband. So let's see here. What? The esteem is departed from Israel. So the esteem is departed is not mentioned in the Septuagint in that verse 21. She called the child Ichabod because of the ark of Elohim, and then it goes to the next part of the verse. It doesn't mention the esteem, the majesty departed from Israel. So I found that interesting.
The word Ebenezer. Isn't there somewhere in scripture it says to raise up an Ebenezer? I thought it was. Okay.
Ebenezer. I don't think there even is an Ebenezer in scripture. There's a Himelech. There's Eleazar. There's an Eleazar. I don't think there's Ebenezer.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. There's an Ebenezer in the Christmas Carol, but that's a whole another story.
Oh, that might be.
So that's a unscriptural story,
Oh, well.
secular story. So That
59 years, I guess.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe I could be excused.
It's okay. Sister Josie, are you ready? Oh, hold on. I don't know if Brother Jeff or Brother Joshua has a question before we go to chapter 5. I see there's a hand up. I don't know if that's from last time or not.
I'm ready.
In 1 Samuel 4, we read about
1 Samuel 4:1, Ebenezer.
well, they were encamped at Ebenezer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Were you thinking of Ichabod?
I think that's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Jeff. That was nice of you.
That was Josh. Josh found it for you.
Oh, Josh did. Okay. Well, thank you both.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. All right, Sister Josie, go ahead. Chapter.
Okay. And the Philistines took the ark of Elohim and brought it from Eben Hazer to Ashdod. And the Philistines took the ark of Elohim and brought it into the house of Dagon, and set it by Dagon. And the Ashdodites rose early in the morning and saw Dagon fallen on its face to the ground before the ark of Yah. So they took Dagon and put it in its place again. And they arose early the next morning and saw Dagon fallen on its face to the ground before the ark of Yah, and the head of Dagon and both the palms of its hands cut off on the threshold. Only Dagon itself was left of it. That is why to this day the priests of Dagon and all who come into Dagon's house do not tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod. But the hand of Yah was heavy on the Ashdodites, and he wasted them and struck them with tumors, Ashdod and its borders. And when the men of Ashdod saw this, they said, "Let not the ark of Elohim of Israel remain with us, for his hand has been hard on us, and Dagon our mighty one." Then they sent and gathered to them all the princes of the Philistines, and said, "What do we do with the ark of the Elohim of Israel?" And they answered, "Let the ark of Elohim of Israel be removed to Gath." And they removed the ark of the Elohim of Israel. And it came to be, after they removed it, that the hand of Yah was against the city with a very great destruction. And he struck the men of the city, from the least to the greatest, and tumors broke out on them. Then they sent the ark of Elohim to Ekron, and it came to be, as the ark of Elohim came to Ekron, that the Ekronites cried out, saying, "They have removed the ark of Elohim of Israel to us, to kill us and our people." And they sent and gathered together all the princes of the Philistines and said, "Send away the ark of Elohim of Israel, and let it return to its own place, so that it does not kill us and our people." For there had come a deadly destruction throughout all the city. The hand of Elohim was very heavy there. And the men who did not die were stricken with tumors, and the cry of the city went up to the heavens. Did you want to expound,
Let's see
Brother
here.
Doug?
Yep, I think I want to expound it. I think they're going to be right after me. Thank you, sis.
Dagon is a big deal.
Dagon is definitely a big deal. I want to talk about historically who Dagon is.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty much he is you could say he's the Philistine version of Baal. He is the guy we were just talking about when I was reading Genesis, from Genesis 14, you could say, in my opinion. He would have been that same guy, king of Shinar. So they worship Dagon, and what I thought was interesting is that you can see Dagon in certain. If you have the Greek version of Daniel,
I was just gonna say that.
You'll find Dagon
just gonna say
in chapter 14, which we don't have in our Masoretic canon today. In Bel and the Dragon.
Bel and the Dragon.
So, and actually symbolically, the name of that book is actually basically saying Satan and the Antichrist. It's really what it's saying. Bel is another pronunciation for Baal, dragon, Satan.
Of course, yeah.
So really what that book is about is it's a story like kind of like it's very similar to the story of what Abraham did to his father Terah. And it's kind of very similar how except that it was actually in the Bible. This story is actually in the Bible and was in the canon for a while. And this is a lot more legitimate than, Jasher, Apocalypse of Abraham. So basically the story goes, Daniel he was trying to show the Babylonians how stupid they were for worshiping Dagon and how ridiculous they're basically they would try to trick Daniel by having their priests come through a back door at night and eat the food that was sacrificed to the idols. And then Daniel, caught him. He caught him and showed them that the priests were the ones eating the sacrifices. And so I just thought it was interesting. This chapter mentions Dagon. I have a couple of notes here. I thought it was interesting that the Masoretic text missed, they just left out Hittites, which I thought was interesting. So they mention the Philistines, but they don't mention the Hittites. Says, shall we do to the ark of, what shall we do to the ark of the Elohim of Yasharal? ? And the Hittites say, let the ark of Elohim come over to us. And the ark of Elohim of Yasharal came to Gath. Which that makes sense because the Hittites were similar to the Philistines. They were very similar, you could say. So this actually connects to that. It seems like the Hittites were in league with the Philistines and why Yahuwah would want Israel to obliterate the Philistines too. Because these guys were in league with one another.
Oh, yeah.
And so let's see here. Verse 9. So we talked about verse 8 there. Let's go to verse 9. Let's see here. It seems, again, it talks about Gath here, which I don't see being mentioned in verse 9 of the Masoretic. I could be wrong, but there's no mention of the place Gath where the Philistines live. And you got the Hittites again mentioned. So very interesting because Hittites are like the, they're the descendants of Canaan. They are one of the tribes they're supposed to utterly wipe out. Let's see here, verse 6. And the hand of Yahuwah, I thought that was important because Yahusha is the right hand. He is the arm of Yahuwah. So I thought it was important that we see the hand of Yahuwah. This is the first time I've seen early in the Tanakh the hand of Yahuwah be mentioned, outside of the Torah. So this is, I thought that was pretty important.
Genesis 2.
Verse 5 I mentioned because, let's see, it talks about the threshold. And I remember there's other scriptures that talk about the idolatry of Baal worship and Molech worship, where it talks about those that jump over the threshold. I think it's in the book of Zephaniah, chapter 1, verse 8, where it talks about, those that wear strange clothing. And it seems like now I'm starting to see the context of what it means of those that jump the threshold. I think there's a verse in Isaiah or Amos that mentions this. It talks about those that jump the threshold, those that bring in violence. Let me see if I can find that real quick. It talks about adopting false Sabbaths, the Septuagint version would say. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I just want to show this cross-reference, then we can go to Brother Jeff, and after that we can continue on. You can continue on to chapter 6. I just want to link all these cross-references here. Let me see here. So adopting, I'm typing in on my MySword here, adopting false Sabbaths. All right, Here we go. Amos 6:3. Sorry for the wait on that. All right, so now we'll go back onto the let's see here, the word software. We're going to go to Amos 6:3 for this cross reference. Okay, Amos 6:3. Okay, and interestingly enough, it's talking about the Philistines. What do you know? Okay. You who are, starting at verse 3, you who are approaching the evil day, who are drawing near and adopting false Sabbaths. Okay, and let's see, you that put far away the evil day and cause the seed of violence to come here. Let's see here. Could have swore it said something about the threshold. Never mind. But I thought that was, because I could have sort of thought somewhere where jumping the threshold is like a combination with that and false worship. So I don't know. Maybe I read it wrong. So that's all right. I'm going to go, let's see here. I just had one more verse and I'll go to Brother Jeff or Sister Zakai or Brother Joshua, whoever wants to speak next. I'll go right to them after this. I just got verse 3 and that's it. I wanted to mention in 1 Samuel chapter 5. Okay, 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 3. Yeah, there's a lot more in the Septuagint here. You have pretty much the Masoretic stops at set him in his place again. So pretty much the second half of this verse is not in the Masoretic. And the hand of Yahuwah was heavy upon the Azodians, and he plagued them and smote them in the secret parts, Azotus and her coasts. So that's pretty much the main difference there. Again, it seems like the Masoretic just omitted the second half of verse 3 there. All right, go ahead, Gibson's or Brother Joshua, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Oh no, that was good. That was definitely caught a lot of things I didn't catch. Yeah. I wanted to point out that the Masoretic it mostly reads like tumors, but the Septuagint specifically points to hemorrhoids and points to them being afflicted in their secret parts. It also mentions them being plagued by mice, which the Masoretic doesn't mention. Then in I think it's verse. Where to go?
I never caught that. I didn't even realize the Septuagint was being more specific on what type of affliction he was going through. That's pretty interesting.
Big difference.
Yeah. A lot of the times the Septuagint, instead of transliterating, sometimes they'll just actually give you the definition of the Hebrew word into Greek. So that helps us out too, instead of them just transliterating.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what helps too. Like, for example, instead of Abib, new grain. So it gives you, instead of the name, it gives you the meaning. So it helps us English speaking people understand what certain words mean. So yeah, I really like that about the Septuagint. More descriptive a lot. Yeah.
Verse 9 too, it says that they made, in the Septuagint it reads that they made images of the hemorrhoids, which ties into the next chapter where they, well, you'll see how it ties into the next chapter when we read it. But
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, that's bad.
That's
Can you please read that? Where is it at? What's he talking about?
Where's that at? What chapter and verse is that?
1 Samuel 5 verse 9 in the Septuagint reads, "And it came to pass after it went about to Geth that the hand of Yahuwah comes upon the city, a very great confusion. And he smote the men of the city small and great, and smote them in their secret parts. And the Hittites made for themselves images of hemorrhoids." And that we'll see how that ties into the next chapter.
Wow. Yeah. Oh boy.
Maybe they thought if they made images of of these things.
Wait, does that say hemorrhoids or what's hemorrhoids? What is the
hemorrhoids?
It is hemorrhoids? Wow.
Oh my
That's
goodness,
funny.
that's horrible. That's horrible, man. That's doesn't surprise me. You look at the Vatican, you see some weird images on their walls. So, outside of the Vatican, some weird graven images of despicable acts that I can't say on the record. So, I'm not surprised. It probably goes all the way back to the Philistines, some of the artwork on the Vatican and stuff like that. This despicable, abominable acts that they have engraving images of. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that is really horrible, though. Oh my goodness, why would you want to make an image of that?
They were confused.
They gotta be. They're. Oh my goodness. Well, they are Philistines, so not surprised. All right, so let's see. Chapter 6, Sister Josie. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Hold on. Let me go to.
Yeah.
I am reading from the TS 2009. Okay. Oops. And it's okay. And the ark of Yah was in the field of the Philistines for 7 new moons. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, "What do we do with the ark of Yah? Let us know with what we should send it to its place." And they said, "If you send away the ark of Elohim of Israel, do not send it empty, but you shall certainly return it to him with a guilt offering. Then you are going to be healed, and it shall be known to you why his hand does not turn aside from you." And they said, "What is a guilt offering which we return to him?" And they answered, "The number of the princesses of the Philistines, 5 golden tumors and 5 golden rats. For the same plague was on all of you and on your princes. And you shall make images of your tumors and images of your rats that ruin the land, and you shall give esteem to the Elohim of Israel. It could be that he does lift his hand from you, from your mighty ones, and from your land. And why do you harden your hearts as the Mitzrites and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? When he had severely dealt with them, did they not send them away? And they went. And now take and make a new wagon and 2 milk cows which have never been yoked, and hitch the cows to the wagon, and take their calves home away from them. And take the ark of Yah and put it on the wagon, and put the objects of gold which you are returning to him as a guilt offering in a chest by its side, and send it away, and it shall go. And you shall see, if it goes up the way to its own border, to Beth Shemesh, then he has done us this great evil. But if not, then we shall know that his hand has not come against us. An accident it was to us. And the men did so, and took 2 milk cows and hitched them to the wagon, and shut up their calves at home. And they put the ark of Yah on the wagon, and the chest with the gold rats and the images of their tumors. And the cows went straight for the way to Beth Shemesh, and went along the highway, bellowing as they went, and did not turn aside right or left. And from the princes of the Philistines went after them to the border of Beth Shemesh, and they of Beth Shemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley. And they lifted their eyes and saw the ark, and rejoiced to see it. And the wagon came into the field of Yehoshua of Beth Shemesh, and stood there, and there was a great stone. So they split the wood of the wagon, and offered the cows as an ascending offering to Yah. And the Levites took down the ark of Yah and the chest that was with it, in which were the objects of gold and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth Shemesh offered ascending offerings and slaughterings the same day to Yah. And when the 5 princes of the Philistines saw it, they returned to Ekron the same day. And these are the gold tumors which the Philistines returned as a guilt offering to Yah. One was for Ashdod, one for Ezra, one for Ashkelon, one for Gath, and one for Ekron. And the gold rats by the number of all the cities of the Philistines belonging to the 5 princes, both walled cities and country villages, even as far as the great meadow on which they placed the ark of Yah, remain to this day in the field of Yehoshua of Beth Shemesh. And he struck among the men of Beth Shemesh, for they had looked into the ark of Yah. He struck among the people 70 men, and the people mourned because Yah struck among the people a great smiting. And the men of Beth Shemesh said, who is able to stand before this set apart Yah Elohim? And to whom shall he go from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiryat Yarim, saying, the Philistines have brought back the ark of Yah. Come down, take it up to you. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm sure you have a lot here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Jeez.
The most recent one is what's interesting, instead of Yahusha, the name that Yahusha gotten from Moses, the Septuagint actually lists his original name, which is kind of interesting. Hosea, Husha. So that's kind of interesting, because that was his original name back in where Deuteronomy, where Moses actually renames him Yahusha. And so that's kind of interesting that the Septuagint actually has his original name pre-Moses. So that's kind of interesting. That's a little interesting difference there. Verse 17, yeah, the Greek version would say Osea, which is, there's no for some reason in the Greek. There's no hey. That's why it says Osea instead of Hosea. Let's see here. Verse 17, I did have something different too. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Trespass offering. No. Actually, no. 17's fine. I don't know why I wrote down 17. Let's see here. Verse 13. I saw a difference here. And men of Beth Shemesh reaping the wheat harvest in their valley lifted up their eyes and saw the ark of Yahuwah is not mentioned in the Masoretic. So it would just say the ark. In the ISR, Restored Name King James, any Masoretic Old Testament Bible will just have it say they saw the ark. The Septuagint actually has the phrase of Kurios or of Yahuwah there after the ark. So that's kind of interesting. At least they tell you which ark it's talking about in the Septuagint. Which, I mean, by common sense, we should know it's the ark Yahuwah, but I like that the Septuagint at least includes of Yahuwah after ark. Verse 5, according to the number of the masters of the Philistines, 5 gold and froze. Okay. Let's see here. I see a huge chunk that's missing the Masoretic at the end here. Right after you see the likeness of the mice. Let's see here. From your mighty ones and your land. So what seems to be missing here is destroy your land, and you shall give esteem to Yahuwah, that you may lighten his hand from off you. So that this little phrase here in between is missing in the Masoretic. Destroy your land, and you shall give esteem to Yahuwah, that you may lighten his hand from off you, in verse 5. Let's see here. Verse 4, do we have anything? Yeah, it looks like the Masoretic actually has more stuff in verse 5, not verse 5, verse 4 than the Septuagint has. Septuagint just ends with, we shall return to it, and they said. And so they answering 5 golden emerods, or whatever that's supposed to be, 5 golden mice, according to the number of the rulers of the Philistines, for 1 plague was on you all and on your rulers. So this is not even mentioned. This portion is not even mentioned in the Septuagint of that particular verse. So I found that interesting. If there's nothing else, we can kind of just jump into chapter 7 with Sister Josie to continue reading.
Okay.
Yeah, just 2 more chapters, and we're going to be going to the next part where someone else can read.
Okay.
All right.
And the men of Kiriath Yearim came and took the ark of Yah and brought it into the house of Abinadab on the hill, and set apart Eleazar his son to guard the ark of Yah. And it came to be from the day that the ark remained in Kiriath Yearim, that the time increased. It came to be 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after Yah. And Shemuel spoke to all the house of Israel, saying, if you return to Yah with all your hearts, then put away the foreign mighty ones and Ashtaroth from among you, and prepare your hearts for Yah, and serve him only, so that he delivers you from the hand of the Philistines. And the children of Israel put away the Baals and Ashtaroth, and serve Yah only. And Shemuel said, gather all Israel to Mitzvah, and let me pray to Yah for you. And they gathered to Mitzvah, and drew water, and poured it out before Yah. And they fasted that day, and said there, we have sinned against Yah. And Shemuel rightly ruled the children of Israel at Mizpah. And when the Philistines heard that the children of Israel had gathered together at Mizpah, the princes of the Philistines went up against Israel. And the children of Israel heard of it, and were afraid of the Philistines. And the children of Israel said to Shemuel, do not cease to cry out to Yah our Elohim for us, that he would save us from the hand of the Philistines. And Shemuel took a suckling lamb and offered it as an ascending offering completely to Yah. And Shemuel cried out to Yah for Israel, and Yah answered him. And it came to be, as Shemuel offered up the ascending offering, the Philistines drew near to battle against Israel. But Yah thundered with a great noise on that day on the Philistines, and troubled them, and they were smitten before Israel. And the men of Israel went out from Mitzvah, and pursued the Philistines, and struck them as far as below Bethkar. And Shemuel took a stone and set it up between Mitzvah and Shen, and called its name Even Hazer, saying, thus far Yah has helped us. Thus the Philistines were humbled, and no longer came into the border of Israel. And the hand of Yah was against the Philistines all the days of Shemuel. And, oh gosh, I lost my place here. What verse am I on? I don't know what happened to my page. Can somebody tell me the verse?
Verse 14 says,
Oh,
Yep.
thank you. I don't know what I did here. Okay. And the wagon came into the field of Yehoshua of Beth Shemesh, and stood there, and there was a great stone. So they split the wood of the wagon, and offered the cows as an ascending offering to Yah. And the Levites took down the ark of Yah, and the chest that was with it, in which were the objects of gold, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth Shemesh offered ascending offerings and slaughterings the same day to Yah. And when the 5 princes of the Philistines saw it, they returned to Ekron the same day. And these are the gold tumors which the Philistines returned as a guilt offering to Yah, one for Ashdod, one for Azah, one for Ashkelon, one for Gath, one for Ekron. And the gold rats by the number of all the cities of the Philistines belonging to the 5 princes, both walled cities and countries, even as far as the great meadow on which they placed the ark of Yah, remain to this day in the field of Yehoshua of Beth Shemesh. And he struck among the men of Beth Shemesh, for they had looked into the ark of Yah. Did I read this already? I don't know why I feel like I read it already.
Yeah, I feel like we're on 2 different chapters, you and me.
Right? Yeah, I read this already. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. We're on 7, aren't we?
You flipped
7.
one chapter. We're on 8. You're on 8:17 when you lost your place, or 8:14.
Okay. Oh, geez, somebody should have stopped me. I don't know what happened here. So we're on Samuel 8.
7. We should be on 7.
Oh, 7.
Yeah,
I'm
verse.
that could be weird.
Okay, now I have everybody confused. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. No,
I
think
knew that sounded familiar. I said, wait a minute. Oh, gosh. Help a senior citizen here.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Have mercy. Have mercy.
It's
Okay,
okay.
I don't know what I did with these fingers of mine here, swiping and all this, but we're on 1 Samuel 7, right?
Yeah, up to verse 14. Yeah, I think what happened was you lost your place at 13 and then somehow got to chapter 8.
Okay, it sounded very familiar. So we're on 14.
Yeah.
Chapter 7. Okay. And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were returned to Israel from Ekron to Gath, and Israel recovered its border from the hands of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Shemuel rightly ruled Israel all the days of his life. And each year he made the rounds of Bethel and Gilgal and Mishpah, and rightly ruled Israel in all those places. Then he returned to Ramah, for his home was there, and there he rightly ruled Israel, and there he built a slaughter place to Yah. Hallelujah. Okay.
All right. Yep. Good job, sis. Good job.
Oh, gee. I'm not fired, am I?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Those words sound.
Because everybody seems to be getting fired. You're fired these days. Never mind.
Let's see here. So there wasn't too many differences I really spotted other than verse 16. Instead of just all those places, it says in all these set apart places. So I guess that is maybe in the place Yahuwah would be dwelling, it's referring to in the Septuagint. So consecrated is not mentioned in the Masoretic text, so which is interesting. Verse 13. All right, verse 13. Humbled instead of subdued. Interesting. And it might be just the King James maybe mistranslating that possibly, but the King James says subdued and the Septuagint says humbled. So I find that interesting that the ISR and the Septuagint actually agree there over the King James. So that's kind of interesting.
Wow.
Let's see here. Verse 4 and verse 3. So let's see. Samuel spoke to all the house, deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines, strange God in the midst of you. Oh, groves. I thought it was interesting that it shows us here that groves and astrum are the same thing. Actually, in verse 3 of this chapter, the Septuagint actually says strange gods from the midst of you and the groves. where the Masoretic says Ashtaroth from among you. So we know that the groves are basically images of Semiramis Ashtaroth historically, so that makes sense. Let's see here, verse 4.
Asherah trees.
Yeah.
Grove of Asherah trees.
Yeah, so they're basically like Brother Jeff just piggybacked. He said basically you got the groves and the Asherah trees, which were images of Semiramis, Ashtaroth, Isis, whatever you want to call her.
Jeremiah 10.
Yep.
Jeremiah 10, 2-4. It's describing the same idol. Jeremiah 10 about the workman of the workman with the work of his axe, right? Gets a tree from the forest, fastens it to the floor so it topples not, decorates it with silver and gold, right?
Yeah.
Those are the Asherah tree, or our modern day Christmas tree.
Yep. And what I thought's interesting too, because you know how some people will say God is English for Elohim. Look at this here in verse 4. In Greek, they keep Baalim. Okay. Transliteration never changes a word. Okay. And I've done another video about that. Those that are interested, look up the video called Who is God? Okay. God is not Elohim. They're two different Hebrew words. Isaiah 65:11 is a completely different Strong's concordance number than Elohim in Genesis 1:1. So to say that God is English for Elohim, no, it's actually a substitution for someone to put God instead of Elohim or Elohim. It's actually a completely different word. And the proof of this is that Baalim, which is a Hebrew word, was translated into the Septuagint, Greek, and even in English in the Bretons as Baalim. Doesn't change. The pronunciation doesn't change. When you translate and transliterate, the word should never change. The actual pronunciation of it and the spelling of it should never change for the most part. I mean, yeah, certain languages have certain words that are not in other languages, but for the most part, as long as that language that you're translating into has every word phonetically, it should never change in pronunciation and spelling. So that's just a proof of that. So I just wanted to bring that out because I know some people use the whole idea, well, who is his Hebrew name? We don't speak Hebrew. And just wanted to point that out, that it doesn't matter. In English, it's going to be the same in English as Hebrew or Greek. Let's see here. Verse 1 was the last one I had for this chapter. And after that, Sister Josie can read chapter 8 to us, and we can get to our last two portions of today's Torah portion. Let's see here. Chapter 1, the men of Karathim bring it to the house of Abinadab. Again, this time, the Septuagint has Ark of the Covenant of Yahuwah. Masoretic just says the Ark of Yahuwah, so I find that interesting. Of the Covenant is missing in the Masoretic text, which I kind of find it interesting. So they kind of swapped in this chapter. That's interesting to me. So anyway, that's all I had to bring up for the past chapter Sister Josie read. So I'll let you go, sis, and finish us off.
Okay. Thank you. And it came to be when Shemuel was old that he made his sons rulers over Israel. And the name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second, Abijah, rulers in Beersheba. But his sons did not walk in his ways, and turned aside after own gain, and took bribes and twisted right ruling. And all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Shemuel at Ramah, and said to him, Look, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a sovereign to rule us like all the nations. But the word was evil in the eyes of Shemuel when they said, Give us a sovereign to rule us. So Shemuel prayed to Yah, and Yah said to Shemuel, Listen to the voice of the people and all that they say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from reigning over them. According to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them up out of Mitzrayim, even to this day, forsaking me and serving other mighty ones. So they are doing to you too. And now listen to their voice, but you shall certainly warn them, and shall make known to them the ruling of the sovereign who does reign over them. And Shemuel spoke all the words of Yah to the people who asked him for a sovereign, and said, this is the ruling of the sovereign who does reign over you. He shall take your sons and appoint them for his own chariots and to be his horsemen, and they shall run before his chariots, and appoint commanders over his thousands and commanders over his fifties, or to plunge his ground and reap his harvest, or to make his weapons and equipment for his chariots. And your daughters he is going to take to be perfumers and cooks and bakers, and the best of your fields and your vineyards and your olive trees he is going to take and give them to his servants. And a tenth of your grain and your vintage he is going to take and give it to his officers and servants. And your male servants and your female servants and your best young men and your donkeys he is going to take and use for his own work. A tenth of your sheep he is going to take, and you are to be his servants, and you shall cry out in that day because of your sovereign, whom you have chosen for yourselves. But Yah is not going to answer you in that day. However, the people refused to listen to the voice of Shemuel and said, no, but let a sovereign be over us. Then we shall be, we also, like all the nations, and our sovereign shall rule us and go out before us and fight our battles. And Shemuel heard all the words of the people, and he repeated them in the hearing of Yah. And Yah said to Shemuel, listen to their voice and make them a sovereign. And Shemuel said to the men of Israel, each of you go to his city. Father, be with them. That's for the fire engines behind me. Sorry.
This is such a pertinent chapter for what's going on today. I'm about to make some enemies right now. Anyone that says to me and tries to use this and say it's okay to appoint a heathen president or ruler, please read verses 10 to 17 and tell me that was Yahuwah's will. Please tell me. Okay, I'm speaking to people that are idolizing Trump. I'm speaking to people that are, like, I hate to say this, but to call a brother out, Rob Skiba, you need to read this chapter. Okay, you're attacking brothers and sisters like us that are telling the truth about what Deuteronomy 17 commands us not to do. And you're trying to say it's our job and trying to twist the story of the Maccabees to say we need to pick a side between the Republicans and Democrats, that we can't be on the sidelines. First of all, Yahuwah never called us to be part of politics. And I know this is sounding like a different American. I know it's going to sound like, oh, I'm going to get, hate comments like you're unpatriotic. I don't care. I'm not patriotic for a country I'm in captivity in, for goodness sakes. Okay. So the fact of the matter is, Yahuwah commands us, and to cross with what Sister Josie just read, we can go to Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 17, where even before what we just read, he warns them and says, you do not do this. You do not make for yourselves a heathen ruler. Let me go to the book of Samuel here. Let me move there and go to Deuteronomy 10. Actually, verse 7.
Oh, this is good.
Let's see here. I think it starts at verse 7. Actually, let me see here. It might be later on. Okay, here we go. Verse 14, it starts at, and when you shall enter into America, Britain, any land? No. Into the land which Yahuwah your Elohim gives you. When is that? When we're going to be in the promised land. And shall inherit it and dwell in it, and shall say, I will set a ruler over me, as also the other nations round about me. You shall.
We lost you.
Must have disconnected.
Oh dear. Brother Gibson, what scripture was he on right now before he got muted?
Sorry about that, everyone. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to be back on here. My hotspot for some reason died or something. I don't know what is going on.
Brother Doug, what was the last scripture you gave us regarding America? What scripture were you on?
Deuteronomy.
Oh, darn.
Like the battery's dying on it, so I need a charger right now. I think it takes a Type-C charger. Hold on a second. Let's see here. I should have a Type-C. I have tons of chargers here.
Like he specifically wanted his kingdom run by priests and king, like not a worldly king.
Right.
He wanted servants to rule the people, not rulers to rule the people, so to speak.
Yep, exactly.
This is good.
All right, so hold on a second. Let me see here. Okay, hold on.
I really need these scriptures for those that want to debate on this issue, what's going on right now, and those who are idolizing Trump. And there's a lot of so-called believers, even in the Torah community, that are doing this.
Yep, and I'm not afraid to say it. I'm gonna start really calling people out that are all about this, okay? That pretty much want to make it a big issue and say we're being lazy. So anyway, that's why I want to mention that. Sorry guys, I'm back on, but all right, my hotspot should be fine now. So all right, here we go. Let me see here. So now I'm gonna go back to live. I think I'm back on live. Yeah. All right, we're back on live, everyone. Sorry about that. So I was reading Deuteronomy 17:14-15, which is pretty much pertinent to what Sister Josie just read. And it says, and when you shall enter into the land, like I said before, it's not the land of America. It's not the land of your captivity. So even you're actually not supposed to appoint a ruler over you unless you're in his land.
No.
Okay?
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, when I bring you into the land, do not appoint a ruler over yourself like the other nations.
Mm-hmm.
That because he wants his theocracy, his kingdom to be a certain way, right? And he wants it set up, right? He's not saying don't pick someone unless you're in the land. He's literally saying, in the land I'm giving you, don't set up your own ruler over you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's saying. So, but it's his first choice for his people not to have that. Still, that's his optimum way of being, is not having these people set over themselves a ruler who will do the exact same things, basically recruit your sons and daughters, right, by draft into the military. He'll take them. He'll take taxes from you. He'll take stuff for his people, for his chariots. He'll take government land that was your land, and he'll give it to his own people. You like you name it. Everything he's saying that will be done is exactly what we've got set up here. You know, Right. I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to like, you're wrong. I'm just saying, I think you're reading it wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I was just making a point that in that context, it seems like he's talking about a specific land too, with him setting up the king he wants. So, like, I personally don't believe he gives us the option to set up even a brother king if we're not in our land. That's just what I was saying. I think there's a reason why he says, when I bring you into the land. Every time he says that, he's always talking about one land in the Torah, in the context when he's talking about in the Torah. When I bring you into the land, it's a specific land. It's not, where we moved to Texas, that's the land he gave us. No, I don't believe that. He gave one land to his people, one land. We're not in it. So that's the only point I was trying to make. But I could be wrong, Brother Jeff. It could be more of the point of, like you were saying, that that is the more important part is really that you're not supposed to set up someone that's not your brother at all. And it's his theocracy. It's his government. It's Yahuwah's government. It's his right ruling system, not ours. So yeah.
Right. He says, and then he even says in Daniel is that he appoints kings and removes them. Right.
Ooh, where's that in Daniel, brother?
That's Daniel 2:21.
Daniel 2:21.
It says, may the name of Yah be blessed from everlasting to everlasting, for wisdom and understanding are his. He changes times and seasons. He appoints kings. He removes them, giving wisdom, wise, and prudence to them that have understanding.
That's good. That is good.
All right.
Wow.
So, and anyone that hasn't seen the study that I think Sister Josie and I did way back, I was on a Facebook Live a couple of months ago before the election. I do have a study on our channel for our group that you can watch on your own time. It's called Why I Don't Vote. Okay. So if you want to know why our fellowship is not going to be promoting voting at any way, shape, or form, and why we do not vote, you can check that video out. I go a whole list, and I believe the Google Doc is actually connected on the description, so you can test out the study for yourself. But there's tons of scriptures that shows Yahuwah is the one that puts in kings. We don't put in kings. And I even go into the study about I posed the questions: did Yahuwah allow the Israelites to choose their Pharaoh, or were they forcibly carried into Egypt and they were forcibly serving that Pharaoh? I mean, again, there's a pattern here with all the captivities. The Assyrian captivity, they did not choose Sennacherib. They did not choose him. They were under him by force. Daniel was under Nebuchadnezzar by force. Yahuwah picked Nebuchadnezzar himself before they even got into captivity, before they were even driven out of the land. Yahuwah said, I bring a nation upon you, an eagle-like nation, to swoop down and carry you out of the land. So the Israelites had no choice in that matter whatsoever. They did not pick him. So just to piggyback off of what Brother Jeff is saying, there's a pattern of this in Scripture that Yahuwah does the choosing. We don't do the choosing. And I'll find that link later. I know I have it on the channel. The study's called Why I Don't Vote. It's a very brief, like 40-minute study. It's very brief and to the point. So anyway. Other than that, like I said, that connects to 1 Samuel 8:10-17. You can link up Deuteronomy 17:14 and 15. That's the same type of context. Okay. And then you got verses 7. Yep. Go ahead, Brother Jeff. Go ahead.
And I'd like to point out that when unfair practices of worship towards the Israelites were implemented, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, right, or Daniel or whatever, like they didn't revolt for fair treatment. They were thrown in the fire or fed to a lion, like put in a lion's den. They took the punishment. You know what I mean? They acted righteously and were punished anyway. You know what I mean? They just continued in their path of righteousness. They didn't go and say, let's form a big group and let's revolt and make things fair. Let's they didn't march and protest. They just took the punishment that was given to them for continuing to be righteous.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's a perfect example there. Actually, that's a perfect example. I'm glad you brought that up. There was no such thing as, oh, let's us go to DC and try to pass a law and try to defeat Satan with Satan's laws. There was no, they knew that they were going to be treated unfairly, and they weren't going to whine about being treated unfairly and going to pander to other people to take up their cause that they're being treated unfairly. And you see that also, it was actually a fulfillment of the curses going back to Leviticus 26. And Daniel even says it himself in the book of Daniel. These curses, referring to Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28, have came upon us because of what we've done. Our ancestors have sinned against your law. So they understood that that was their punishment to be in Babylon. They weren't going to fight and say, oh, it's unfair that we're being treated this way in Babylon. That's the punishment for their sins. So, we need to think about stuff like that, brothers and sisters. We need to think about stuff like that. Is what's happening in this country of Yahuwah? It might be of Yahuwah a little bit of affliction coming to some of our brothers and sisters right now. Okay? That might be part of his will. You trying to fight that, you might be fighting the hand of Yahuwah if you're doing that. So just something to think about, especially those that believe, those of darker pigment are the original Israelites in Deuteronomy 28. You might want to think about that. So
God called Nebuchadnezzar his servant.
So
his evil king, his servant, because his own children were doing evil, and so it had to be done.
Just to end with this, what if we are going to fight something that's of Yahuwah's when he's afflicting his people for a reason, or those that were originally ethnically his people but have not repented? He even says in Leviticus 26, I read this the other day, he will keep sending plagues until you repent. So if you are of that ethnic stock and you are Israelite by blood, but you have not accepted Yahushua yet, he's going to keep sending plagues and affliction until you repent. And it says that in Deuteronomy 28. It says that in Leviticus 26. Yep. Go ahead, Brother Jeff.
Joshua has something to add.
Just touching on that, I'm not sure which chapter it is. I was looking for it, but there's a part in Jeremiah where they come to him and they ask him, they're in the Babylonian captivity, and they think that it would be better to go to you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jeremiah. Yeah, those are the ones that resisted Nebuchadnezzar, wickedly went with Necho. I think it was the Pharaoh Necho. In Ezekiel 2, you'll find it, where Yahuwah calls Necho, Pharaoh of Egypt, the great dragon. He actually likens that Pharaoh to Satan. And he says, I'll show you right here. I have it on my e-sword here. I can go to Ezekiel 29 here. And I believe this is the same context that you're talking about, brother Joshua. This is the same exact story in the same exact context. Ezekiel, and mind you, this is right after the chapter of the king of Tyre, or the prince of Tyre. So this is another king that Satan's using. In the 12th year, in the 10th month, on the 15th day of the month, the word of Yahuwah, so Yahushua, came to me saying, Son of man, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him, against the whole of Egypt, and say, Thus says Yahuwah, Behold, I am against Pharaoh, the great dragon, that lies in the midst of his rivers, that says, The rivers are mine, and I made them. And I will put hooks in your jaws, and I will cause the fish of your river to stick to the sides. I will bring you up out of the midst of your river, and I will quickly cast you down, all the fish of your river. And by the way, in prophecy, rivers and waters are people. So it doesn't necessarily mean a literal fish in a literal river. So he's talking about he's going to take down this Pharaoh, which Brother Joshua just mentioned. In context at this time, you have some Judeans and Benjamites and a little bit of the Levites that didn't want to go with their brothers to Babylon. They revolted against Yahuwah. And in the book of Jeremiah, they went back willfully to Egypt. They actually chose to go back to Egypt, which is breaking the Torah again. Yahuwah says, you shall not go back there. You shall not choose to go back there. And that's another reason the type of king in the Torah, if I'm not mistaken, in Deuteronomy, also talks about what type of king they're supposed to have over them. He has to know the Torah. He has to teach the Torah. He can't multiply his horses. His horses. He can't multiply his wives, greatly multiply his wives or his gold. He can't lead the people back to Egypt. So there's prerequisites that if we set a ruler over ourselves, has to be a brother and has to fit all those criteria. If it's a brother of ours that doesn't know the Torah and doesn't teach it, he shouldn't be a king too. So there's actually a lot of prerequisites before someone can be considered. That's why Yahuwah says, I will choose him. And so I just wanted to add that to Brother Joshua's point. Ezekiel 29 kind of shows how angry Yahuwah was at the Pharaoh of Egypt at that time. And he was, eventually they died, because in the book of Jeremiah, Yahuwah warns them and says, if your heart desperately is wicked and wants to go back to Egypt, you're going to die. Choose yourself today, death or life, like basically paralleling Deuteronomy. And he's saying you can choose to live and go into captivity to Babylon, or you can choose to try to have your own freedom and be wise in your own eyes and die. So how more of a point at the point of history we're in right now, we need to realize that we need to trust in Yahuwah's will and not be wise in our own eyes and try to fight for our own secularized justice that we think is right, but that might not be right in his eyes. So that's all I wanted to say about that before we continue on. I'm sorry for the rabbit trail that I kind of brought up, but I thought it was important. Let me see here. So I only have 2 cross references left, and then we're going to go to the next reader here. Let's see here. Verse 7, I wanted to look up in the word software real quick for 1 Samuel, because I caught something from 1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 3 and verse 7. So I just want to go that real quick. Okay, 1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 3. And the donkeys. Oh, my bad. Why did it go to 9? Okay, that was weird. Okay. And his sons did not walk in his way, and they turned aside after gain and took gifts. So, and Yahuwah's Torah tells us not to do that. Yeah, it's dishonest gain. Yeah, dishonest is not there in the Greek or in the Hebrew, but it's by implication, that's what it's referring to. It's referring to greedy of gain. Okay, it's referring to, and I mean, you can go through the whole Tanakh talks about this, warns against this, about taking bribes and being greedy of gain, and actually says that better is little bread. I think it's in the book of Proverbs. Better is little bread than huge wealth by wickedness. Meaning, if you use wickedness to amount huge amounts of wealth, you would be better off with having a little bit of money and righteousness. So anyway, so that verse 3 really was pointing out to me, and let's see here. And Yahuwah said to Samuel, hear the voice of the people, and whatever they shall say to you, they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from reigning over them. So when we go out to vote, say we go out to vote, we vote for a president, guess what? We are rejecting Yahuwah. I'm going to leave you with that. And I really hope you got eyes to see and ears to hear from this message here. And this little added message we have to our Torah reading today. You should really contemplate 1 Samuel 8:7 before going out to vote next year. You should really contemplate that and really weigh out. You should weigh out the risks of going out to vote and picking your own king versus letting Yahuwah spiritually reign over us until he returns. And let Yahuwah set over a heathen king in our captivity, and let us not try to play Yahuwah, as the old saying goes. Okay. And I know it sounds harsh, but I'm trying to get the point to our brothers and sisters that actually are already in this walk, that are having a problem letting go voting. Okay. Mainly I'm talking to people that know better. Okay. And so that's all I wanted to say about that. All right, so we can continue on to our Torah portion. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that rabbit trail, but I felt it was necessary. Okay, let me see here. We're going to go back. I need to get my Kindle set up. Why is it not showing up here?
Brother, excuse me, brother
Yeah.
Doug, maybe you should repost on your Facebook page and on YouTube that video.
Yeah, I will.
I think it's really important right now.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will. I think it's been on my channel. I just need to repost it. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
I uploaded it with you. You were there listening in that day, and it was like months ago. I posted on YouTube.
Right.
So probably new believers haven't seen it yet. So, yeah. Let me see here. 1 Samuel. So we did the 1 Samuel. We're up to Psalms 52 to 65. I'm trying to think who hasn't read today. Let me see here. Maybe we could break the Psalms up with Brother Joshua and Brother Jeff, and if Sister Zakiah is able, maybe they can split up Psalms 52 to 65, since they haven't been able to read yet. So that's just what I'm thinking about right now. So we can split that up, and I would be able to finish us off once we get to Acts. Gibsons, are you able to read or?
Just a second. Joshua's in the kitchen. We're getting our reading split up. Me and him are going to do 52 to 65.
Okay, cool. All right. No problem. Take your time.
I'm going to either read out of the Septuagint or the TS. Which would you prefer? And if I'm doing the Septuagint, which chapter is that?
Let's see. I would actually prefer you read out of the TS just because I have the Septuagint on me on the screen. So,
okay. All right.
Yeah. But pretty much usually the chapter's just ahead of time for viewers and listeners. This is good information to know. Psalms is a little different, like Brother Jeff said. Usually it's like a chapter or two off. So a 52 in the Masoretic would probably be 53 in the Septuagint, if I'm not mistaken. A good way to find out is it would be great if people have the LXXE on my sword, because they do actually show you the difference in blue. They'll highlight it in blue. They'll have the chapter number for the Masoretic along with what it is in the Septuagint. Like, I'll give an example. Psalms 51 in the LXXE. Once you get to verse 1 here, it has in parentheses in blue. For 51 verse 1, it says 50 verse 1 for the Masoretic. So really, it's only like a chapter off. Usually, it's only a chapter off in Psalms. Once you start getting to Jeremiah, it's a mess. Forget about it. You need to have a my sword to do like books like Jeremiah from the Septuagint, because it's the chapter numbers are like way off, way completely different. So, but Psalms is not that bad. It's usually only 1 or 2 chapters off. It's usually not that bad. Yeah. And let me just send to the group. I'm going to send a screenshot while Brother Jeff and Brother Joshua are getting ready. I'm going to send a screenshot to the group so they know what I'm talking about. Because some people I know don't have my sword, so I'll just send to show them what I'm talking about.
So, so if this is a song, then every spot where it says Selah or Selah, just like in a song when you read. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I was just going to explain when the reason it says Selah, it basically just means pause. It's Hebrew for pause.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And if it's an actual song, like if you read off of a sheet for music, when it says rest, you don't say the word rest. You just pause your words. So instead of saying Selah, I'm going to just pause, because I feel like it's more of an instruction to the singer or to the composer or to the conductor than it is a word that's meant to be read out loud. Right? Does that make sense? Would I be wrong if I did that?
Yeah, no, that's actually what I would do usually. It's kind of redundant too to have to say pause, like to have to say pause or Selah every time. Like once you know a Selah is coming up, you're pausing. And really that's the whole point, is the Psalms, were Psalms that David composed and other people composed, like Moses. I just found out recently Moses composed Psalms 90, I think, was actually supposed to be right after Numbers. Once you finish Numbers, you're actually supposed to read Psalms 90 because it's like literally at that time frame. And Moses was actually the one that wrote chapter 90, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I would have to look at my Bible Hub timeline, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Let's see here. So while you and Joshua are getting ready, let me just look this up real quick. Bible Hub, Bible timeline. I use this when I'm doing my chapter by chapter weekly readings. By the way, viewers and listeners that are listening in, that's how I do my when I'm alone and do my chapter by chapter readings, book by book. I'm usually using this timeline. Let's see. Let's see here. So Psalms 90. Yep, Psalm of Moses. Yeah. So I'm getting close to the end of Numbers too on my own readings, so I'm probably going to be doing Psalms.
We're ready over here.
Yep. All right, go ahead.
Psalms 52. I'm reading it out of the TS 2009. Why do you boast in evil, O mighty man? The loving commitment of El is all day long. Your tongue devises destruction like a sharp razor working deceit. You love evil more than good, lying more than speaking righteousness. You loved all devouring words, O tongue of deceit. Let El also break you down forever, take you and pluck you out of your tent, and he shall uproot you from the land of the living. And let the righteous see and fear, and laugh at him, saying, see the man who did not make Elohim his strength, but trusted in his many riches, being strong in his destruction. Wow, that they're laughing at a person and saying that. That's incredible. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of Elohim. I have trusted in the loving commitment of Elohim forever and ever. I thank you forever because you have done it, and in the presence of your lovingly committed ones, I wait on your name, for it is good. 53. The fool has said in his heart, there is no Elohim. They have done corruptly, and they have done abominable unrighteousness. No one does good. Elohim looked down from the heavens on the children of men to see if there was a wise one, seeking Elohim. They have all turned aside. They have together become filthy. No one is doing good, not even one. Have the workers of wickedness no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread and do not call on Elohim? There they are in great fear, where no fear was. For Elohim shall scatter the bones of him who encamps against you. You shall put them to shame, for Elohim has rejected them. Oh, that the deliverance of Israel would be given out of Zion. When Elohim turns back the captivity of his people, let Jacob rejoice and let Israel be glad. O Elohim, save me by your name and rightly rule over me by your might. Hear my prayer, O Elohim, give ear to the words of my mouth. For strangers have risen up against me, and cruel men have sought after my life. They have not set Elohim before them. See, Elohim is my helper. Yahuwah is with those who sustain my life. He repays evil to my enemies. Cut them off in your truth. Voluntarily I slaughter to you. I praise your name, O Yahuwah, for it is good. For he has delivered me out of all distress, and my eye has looked upon my enemies. Give ear to my prayer, O Elohim, and do not hide yourself from my plea. Give heed to me and answer me. I wander and moan in my complaint. Because the noise of the enemy, because of the outcry of the wrong, for they bring down wickedness upon me, and in wrath they hate me. My heart is pained within me, and the frights of death have fallen upon me. Fear and trembling have come upon me, and shuddering covers me. And I said, who would give me wings like a dove? I would fly away and be at rest. See, I would wander far off. I would lodge in the wilderness. I would hasten my escape from the raging wind and storm. Confuse, O Yahuwah, divide their tongues, for I saw violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go around it on its walls. Wickedness and trouble are also in the midst of it. Covetings are in its midst. Oppression and deceit do not vanish from its streets. It is not an enemy who reproaches me that I could bear, nor one who hates me, who is making himself great against me. Then I could hide from him. But it was you, a man my equal, my companion, and my friend. We took sweet counsel together. We walked to the house of Elohim in the throng. Let death come upon them. Let them go down to Sheol alive, for evil is in their dwellings, in their midst. I call upon Elohim, and Yahuwah saves me. Evening and morning and at noon I complain and moan, and he hears my voice. He has redeemed my life in peace from the battle against me, for there were many against me. Yah, even he who sits enthroned from of old, does hear the affliction of men. Oh, does hear and afflict them. Sorry. He does hear and afflict them. Those with whom there are no changes, those who do not fear Elohim. He has put forth his hands against those who were at peace with him. He has broken his covenant. His mouth was smoother than curds, yet in his heart is fighting. His words were softer than oil, but they are drawn swords. Cast your burden on Yahuwah and let him sustain you. He never allows the righteous to be shaken. For you, O Elohim, do bring them down to the pit of destruction. Men of blood and deceit do not reach half their days, but I trust in you. Show me favor, O Elohim, for man would swallow me up, fighting all day long. He oppresses me. My enemies would swallow me up all day long, for many are fighting against me, O Most High. In the day I am afraid, I trust in you. In Elohim, whose word I praise, in Elohim I have trusted. I do not fear. What could flesh do to me? All day long they twist my words. All their thoughts are against me for evil. Wow. They stir up strife. They hide. They watch my steps as they lie in wait for my life. Because of wickedness, cast them out. Put down the peoples in displeasure, O Elohim. You have counted my wanderings. You put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your book? My enemies turn back in the day I call. This I know because Elohim is for me. In Elohim, whose word I praise. In Yahuwah, whose word I praise. In Elohim I have trusted. I do not fear. What could man do to me? On me, Elohim, are your vows. I render praises to you, for you have delivered my life from death, my feet from stumbling, that I might walk before Elohim in the light of the living. Show me favor, Elohim, show me favor. For in you my being is taken refuge, and in the shadow of your wings I take refuge, until destruction passes by. I cry out to the Most High Elohim, to El who is perfecting all matters for me. He sends from the heavens and saves me. He reproaches the one who would swallow me up. Elohim sends forth his loving commitment and his truth. My being is in the midst of loins. I lie among those who breathe fire, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue is a sharp sword. Be exalted, O Elohim, above the heavens. Let your esteem be above all the earth. They have prepared a net for my footsteps. My being was bowed down. They have dug a pit before me. They fell into the midst of it. Nice. My heart is firm, O Elohim. My heart is firm. I sing and praise. Awake, my esteem. Awake, harp and lyre. I awake the dawn. I praise you among the peoples, O Yahuwah. I sing to you among the nations. For your loving commitment is great up to the heavens, and your truth unto the clouds. Be exalted above the heavens, O Elohim. Let your esteem be above all the earth. Would you indeed speak righteousness in silence? Do you judge straightly, you sons of men? No, in heart you work unrighteousness. On earth you weigh out the violence of your hands. The wrong have been estranged from the womb. These who speak lies go astray from birth. Their poison is like the poison of a snake, like the deaf cobra that stops its ear, so as not to hear the voice of whispers or a skilled caster of spells. O Elohim, break their teeth in their mouth. Break the fangs out of the young lions, O Yahuwah. Let them melt. Let them vanish as water. Let him aim his arrows that they may be cut down. Like a snail which melts away as it moves, like a woman's stillbirth, let them not see the sun. Before your pots feel the thorns, whether green or ablaze, he sweeps them away. The righteous rejoices when he has seen the vengeance. He washes his feet in the blood of the wrong. And man says, truly, the righteous are rewarded. Truly, there is an Elohim judging in the earth. And Josh is going to take over at 59 here.
What?
59 to what? 62, did you say? Is that correct, Brother Doug? To 62 or 65?
65.
65. Here's the hot seat for you, but
Deliver me from my enemies.
62.
62.
I thought it was 52 to 65.
I believe it's only 10 chapters. Hold on. I got it on the shared screen here. Hold on a second. Oh, no, it is 65. I'm wrong. Okay.
Deliver me from my Psalm 59. Deliver me from my enemies, O my Allah. Set me high from those who rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of wickedness and save me from men of blood. For look, they have lain in wait for my life. Mighty men assemble against me. For no transgression or sin of mine, O Yahuwah, for no guilt of mine, they run and prepare themselves. Awake to help me and see. And you, Yahuwah, Allah of hosts, Allah of Yasharal, awake to punish all the nations. Show no favor to any wicked traitor. They return at evening, they howl like a dog and go around the city. See, they belch out of their mouth. Swords are in their lips, for who is listening? You, Yahuwah, laugh with them, you mock all the nations. Oh, my strength, I wait for you, for Allah is my strong tower. My Allah of loving commitment. Allah does not go before me. He lets me look upon my enemy. Do not kill them, lest my people forget. Scatter them by your power and bring them down, O Yahuwah, our shield. The sin of their mouth is the worst of their lips, and they are captured in their pride, and for the cursing and lying they utter. Bring to an end in wrath, bring them to an end, that they be no more, and let them know that Allah is ruling in Yaakov, to the ends of the earth. And at evening they return, they howl like a dog and go around the city. They wander up and down for food and wine if they are not satisfied. And I sing of your power, and in your morning I sing aloud of your loving commitment. For you have been my strong tower and a refuge in the day of my distress. O my strength, to you I sing praises, for Allah is my strong tower, my Allah of loving commitment. O Allah, you have rejected us. You have broken us. You have been displeased. Turn back to us. You have made the earth tremble. You have broken it. Heal its breaches, for it is shaken. You have let your people see hardship. You have made us drink the wine of trembling. You have given a banner to those who fear you, that it might be lifted up because of the truth. That those you love might be rescued. Save with your right hand and answer me. Allah has spoken and set apartness. I exalt. I portion out Shechem and measure out the valley of Sukkah. Gilead is mine, and Manasseh is mine, and Ephraim is the defense of my head. Yehudah is my inscriber. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom I cast my shoe. Shout loud, O Philistia, because of me. Who would bring me to the strong city? Who shall lead me to Edom? Have not you, O Allah, rejected us? And you do not go out, O Allah, with our armies. Give us help from distress, for the help of man is not. And Allah will do mightily, and he treads down our adversaries. Hear my cry, Psalm 61. Hear my cry, O Allah. Listen to my prayer. From the end of the earth I call unto you, for my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. For you have been my refuge, a strong tower in the face of the enemy. Let me dwell in your tent forever. Let me take refuge in the shelter of your wing. For you, O Allah, have heard my vows. You have given me the inheritance of those who fear your name. You add days to the days of the sovereign, his years as many generations. Let him dwell forever before Allah. Prepare loving commitment and truth to preserve him. So I sing praise to your name forever, and I pay my vows day by day. 62. My being finds rest in Allah alone. From him is my deliverance. He alone is my rock and my deliverance, my strong tower, I am not greatly shaken. How long would you shout at a man? Murder, like a leaning wall or tottering fence. They plotted to topple him from his high position. They delight in lies. They baruch with their mouth, but in their heart they curse. My being find rest in Allah alone, because my expectation is from him. He alone is my rock and my deliverance, my strong tower. I am not shaken. My deliverance and my esteem depend on Allah, the rock of my strength. My refuge is in Allah. Trust in him at all times, you people. Pour out your heart before him. Allah is a refuge for us. Selah. Sons of Adam are but a breath. Sons of men are a lie. If weighed in the scales, they are altogether lighter than breath. Do not trust in oppression. Do not become vain and robber. If riches increase, do not set your heart on them. Allah has spoken once. Twice I have heard this, that strength belongs to Allah. And loving commitment is yours, O Yahuwah. Do you reward each one according to his work? O Allah, you are my El. I earnestly seek you. My being has thirsted for you. My flesh has longed for you in a dry and thirsty land without water. Therefore I have had a vision of you in the set-apart place, to see your power and your esteem. Because your loving commitment is better than life, my lips do praise you. Therefore I baruch you while I live. In your name I lift up my hand. My being is satisfied as with marrow and fat, and my mouth praises you with singing lips. When I remember you on my bed, I meditate on you in the night watches. You have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I sing. My being has closely followed you. Your right hand did uphold me. But those who seek to destroy my life go into the lower parts of the earth. They are handed over to the power of the sword. They become a portion for jackals. And let the sovereign rejoice in Allah. Let everyone who swears by him exalt. And the mouth of those speaking lies is stopped. 64. Hear my voice, O Allah, in my meditation. Guard my life from the threats of the enemy. Hide me from the secret plans of the evildoers, from the tumult of the workers of wickedness, who sharpen their tongue like a sword and aim their arrows of bitter words. To shoot an ambush at someone blameless, they shoot at him suddenly and do not fear. They arm themselves with an evil word. They talk of hiding snares. They have said, who sees them? They search out unrighteousness. We have perfected a well-searched-out plan. To the inward part of man and heart are deep. But Allah does not shoot at them with an arrow, their wounds. But Allah does shoot at them with an arrow, their wounds shall be sudden. And they cause one to stumble, their own tongue is against them. All who see them flee away. And all men fear and declare the work of Allah. And they shall wisely consider what he has done. The righteous rejoice in Yahuwah, and shall take refuge in him. And all the upright in heart praise him. 65. To you, stillness, praise in Zion, O Allah, and to you a vow is paid. To you who hears all prayer, all flesh comes. Crooked matters were mightier than I. As for our transgressions, you do cover them. Baruch is the one you choose and bring near to dwell in your courts. We are satisfied with the goodness of your house, your set-apart Mikal. By awesome deeds and righteousness, you answer us, O Allah of our deliverance. You trust of all the ends of the earth and the distant sea. Who established the mountains by his strength, being girded with might. Who stills the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves, and the uproar of the peoples. And they who dwell in the farthest parts are afraid of your signs. You make the outgoings of the morning and evening rejoice. You have visited the earth and watered it. You greatly enrich it. The river of Allah is filled with water. You provide their grain, for so you have prepared it. Its ridges have been filled. Its furrows have been deepened. You make it soft with showers. You baruch its growth. You have crowned the year with your goodness, and your paths drip with fatness. The pastures of the wilderness drip, and the hills are girded with rejoicing. The meadows are dressed in flocks, and valleys are covered with grain. They shout for joy and sing. Yeah.
It's like spring. It's about like springtime. It even calls it the head of the year. And it says in verse 13, for the valleys are covered with grain, right? There's new grain, flocks, all that. It says it's the head of the year. Where's it at? it says that you crowned the year with your goodness. And then he starts talking about the fatness of the land, the grain and the flocks. It's almost like he's referring to the head of the year, to the springtime. When he says that he's crowned the year with his goodness, then verse 11, and your paths drip with fatness, right? He's talking about the pastures. He's talking about the flocks, the valleys being covered with grain, right? So I'm getting like sort of a sense that when he says that, when he's speaking about these things and speaking about it being the crown of the year, right? That's all stuff that comes in the springtime, right? That's like mating season for the animals, for the flocks, and it's time for the new grain. And he's even speaking of the early rain. He talks about softening the ground with his rain. And we know that there's two rains, the early and the latter, and one's a spring rain and one's a harvest time rain. Yeah, right? Did you catch that, Doug? Was I talking too quiet? I was sort of talking to Josh a little bit, but did you catch that?
No, actually, I'm a little behind Joshua. I'm probably like 3 or 4 chapters behind him. I'm just like trying to catch up here. And I caught something else in 59 actually that pretty interesting. Kind of reminds me of the cup of the whore, Babylon. You have shown your people hard things. You have made us drink the wine of astonishment. Makes me think about, Yahuwah dilutes a cup unmixed. And it's kind of like similar to Revelation. I don't know. I kind of got a connection there. But no, I didn't see what you just brought up. I didn't get to that yet.
In Psalm 69 or 65, in verse 9 through 13. So it says, you have visited the earth and watered it. You greatly enrich it. The river of Elohim is filled with water. You provide their grain, for so you have prepared it. Its ridges have been filled. Its furrows have been deepened. You make it soft with showers. You bless it with growth. You have crowned the year with your goodness, and your paths drip with fatness. The pastures of the wilderness drip, and the hills are girded with rejoicing. The meadows are dressed in flocks, and valleys are covered with grain. They shout for joy and sing. So in 9 through 13, if you look in verse 11, it says, you have crowned the year with your goodness. And the goodness that he's speaking about is all the things we come across in springtime. In verse 9, he's speaking about the early showers, the watering the earth and it providing grain, right? And then in verse 13, it says your meadows are dressed in flocks and your valleys covered with grain, right? I believe he's completely speaking about the springtime, because everything that he's describing, he says is the crown of the year, right? And so I think the crown of the year, like the head of the year, is that time in spring when we see everything new again. A bib, new grain, right?
Yeah, the head of the year they call it. Yeah, that makes sense. I never noticed that before. I never noticed that it talks about the crown of the year.
Ridiculous.
Josh just gave a dad joke. He said that's why you have to wear a bib, because you got so much food coming.
Oh man, I don't know if you've noticed, but almost every time in the first verse of these chapters of Psalms, there's like an extra paragraph on the introduction. A lot of these say for the end, which I thought was interesting. That's kind of what I caught. For the end. I make so it seems like these are all possibly end times type of Psalms, from what it looks like.
I think Josh has a really important interjection on this, and I think he's got a really good answer for that.
I thought so too at first, but then as I continued to look and read, some of them like say for the end, and then other times like other times of the day, like the end of the day, rather than like the end time, just according to other psalms.
That makes sense. I would say that's definitely correct about certain psalms like 62, which is 61 in the Masoretic, because you have it says the end, but then it says a psalm of David for Eduthin, and so obviously that's talking about David's time period. So yeah, I would say for the end is not necessarily end times. Yeah, I'll definitely take your point, take correction on that. Let's see here. Now, some of them, though, I've seen some end time stuff in certain chapters that says for the end. So it's like I've seen kind of both. I've seen kind of where it's actually mentioning, foreshadowing Yahusha and the wine press. Sometimes, like there's one chapter I think we watched on this Septuagint video on the off the record last night. One of the ones that says for the end, it says concerning the wine presses. So I think when that's concerned, I think it's talking about the end times just because the wine press of Yahuwah's wrath. So I think there's both. So I will take I will take that into consideration. Not every time it's talking about the end times, and that it could be talking about, at evening, this is to be sung. So I definitely take that point. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
perhaps for the end, like end of the day could be like a foreshadowing of end times.
David's being poetic and making it to remember easier when he's singing at the end of the day. Right. Yeah, to visualize to everyone listening the end, right? I see what you're saying, Josh. He's taking it to a whole nother level. So he's saying he does mean for the end of the day, but then the content is for the end. So he's he's visualizing, right?
That's why you sing it at the end of the day.
And that's why you sing it at the end of the day. It's the closing, right? And it's like he's being very purposeful about when he's saying that have that content.
Yeah, that makes sense because he also writes certain psalms. We don't see in the Masoretic, but he's written psalms for the Sabbath. It will literally say for one of the Sabbaths. So that makes sense. He writes psalms for certain days, for certain feasts. Some people have even theorized that he wrote Psalms 81 for one of the feasts. A lot of commentators will say Passover for Psalms 81 verse 3. And so, yeah, I can see that for the end of the day. I can definitely see that. So I'm just skimming back the chapters you guys just read, see if we missed anything. Look at this whole whole paragraph here in 59 of the Masoretic, which would be, 59 of the Septuagint, which is 60 of the Masoretic. For the end, for them that you shall be changed. I could kind of theorize what that's referring to. I don't know if we take that to extreme literal, that could be talking about somewhat in the end.
Paul quotes it. He says, "You will not all see death, but in the twinkling of an eye." Right? He says, "Not all will die before the seventh trumpet, but in that moment, at the twinkling of an eye." He even says, "You will yet be changed," or something of that sort of variety.
Yeah, and then you have in the same introduction here, it says the Valley of Salt, 12,000. So the first resurrection is for the 144,000. So this could really be this. Well, it's not wrong, Mom. That's true.
No.
The 144,000.
I'm just saying it's not literally 140.
Yeah, it is, because there's two resurrections. Not everyone's resurrected in the same resurrection. That's where we make a misconception. We make
Matthew 16, Luke 9, and Mark 9. Matthew 16:28. "Truly I tell you," this is Messiah, "some who are standing here will not taste death. They will not die before they see the Son of Man coming." Right.
Yes.
That's all. I think they're quotes. I think Paul and Messiah were quoting backwards to something like that.
Definitely. I think they both quoted from this introduction, in my opinion. They were both pulling stuff from Psalms here. Because you got 12,000 of each tribe. That's how I got that connection with the Salt Sea there. 12,000 of each tribe make 144,000. So that, to me, that definitely shows some type of end times implication of this particular psalm. Also, it talks about Mesopotamia, Syria. We established earlier today. That's Babylon. Okay. So very interesting. Syria's Sobal, Joab. Interesting. That's close to Job's original name, Jobab. Let's see here. Chapter 59, for the end, destroy not, by David, for a memorial, destroy not. That's a very interesting introduction there. When Saul sent and watched for his house to deliver him, deliver me from my enemies. So this is a particular psalm pertaining to when Saul's trying to kill him. So that's what I like about the Septuagint. It gives you the context of each psalm, what each psalm was wrote for. Again, this is another destroy not by David for memorial. If you do indeed speak righteousness, do you judge rightly, you sons of men? So that seems to be referring to people that are taking bribes, that are seeking David's life. Okay, 57, for the end, destroy not, by David for memorial again. So same thing there. For the end, concerning the people that were removed from the set apart place. So that seems to talk about those that were removed from the temple, I guess. By David for a memorial, when Philistines caught him in Gath. Have mercy upon me, O Elohim, for a man has trodden me down. All the day long he warring has afflicted me. So that's an interesting long introduction there, talking about the Philistines. So this particular psalm that David wrote was a petition to Yahuwah to protect him from the Philistines, and when the Philistines caught him, which, by the way, that's the same story. If I'm not mistaken, that's right after he ate the set apart bread. I actually read that the other day in 1 Samuel. And he sees the Philistines, and basically, to make the Philistines not bother him, he acts like he's crazy. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see, 54, the Masoretic, for the end, among the hymns of instruction by David. Hearken, O Elohim, to my prayer, and disregard not my supplications. So basically what's missing the Masoretic here is among the hymns of instruction by David, also for the end, like probably for the end of the day, towards evening, probably this was sung. Okay, chapter 54 of Masoretic, which is 53 in the Septuagint. Okay, for the end, among the hymns of instruction by David, when the Ziphites came and said to Saul, lo, is not David hidden with us? Save me, O Elohim, by your name, and judge me by your might. So the whole introduction here is pretty much not in the Masoretic here, this whole introduction here, about the Ziphites coming to Saul. It's very interesting. All right, 53, which is 52 of the Septuagint. For the end of David unto Maleth of instruction, the fool has said in his heart, there's no Elohim, they have corrupted themselves and become abominable in lawlessnesses. There is none that does good. Okay, so that's Paul, and Paul actually quotes this in Romans. All have corrupted themselves. No one does good. No one seeks after Yahuwah. But what I find interesting here is you have, for the end again, probably the end of the day, of David upon Meleth of instruction. So I guess it's a specific person he's given instruction to sustain it. So that's interesting. The fool, yeah, so that little sentence in the beginning, the Masoretic is missing here. Let's see here, 52, which is 51 in the Septuagint. For the end, a psalm of instruction by David, when Doeg the Edomian, or Edomite, came and told Saul and said to him. So there's like a whole introduction here that's being missed. And let's see here. Pretty much, actually, half of the whole verse here is missing. And said to him, David is gone to the house of Abimelech. So it even gives you a backdrop into the context of this psalm, that David's hiding away from Saul. He's fled the house of Abimelech. Okay. So very interesting. And Let me just see here. I don't know why my stupid cursor keeps dropping down when I'm trying to move up. Stupid. Okay. All right. So I think that's it. Yeah, because it was basically 52 is where you started at. So yeah. Yeah. All right. So that's it. So I just wanted to point those differences out. There's so many other differences. We're not going to get to them all. I eventually would like to do a study about that with our fellowship, LXX versus Masoretic text of the Book of Psalms. We've done a couple of studies like that in the past. I recommend the playlist that I've compiled on our YouTube channel called the Adonai Deception, differences in the LXX versus the MT Septuagint versus Masoretic text. We've done books like Zephaniah, a lot of the prophets we've done already. So if you're interested in that, I can leave a link for that in the video description. So anyway, we're going to continue on. Thank you, Brother Jeff and Brother Joshua. I will be finishing us out today right now with Acts 10 to 14 here. And I should have highlighted this so I can easily find it. Okay. All right. So this is today's last portion. I will be doing let's see here. I think the easiest way to do this would to be put it on the word software. I do have the Aramaic in plain English on my word software. So anyone that's interested in looking into the Peshitta, I recommend BibleHub.com, Aramaic Bible in plain English on the Bible Hub app, which is the same translation I'm going to be using here. And I think what I'm going to do just for fun is test the Etheridge Syriac against the Aramaic Bible in plain English, which is abbreviated as OANT-PS, which means Original Aramaic New Testament, Psalms with Psalms and Proverbs. So I'll use those two for the New Testament. And the original Aramaic in plain English, that is the Peshitta version that has a lot of oneness stuff that we did recently. So anyway, okay, we are going to go now to, let's see, Acts 10 to 14. Okay. Acts 10. Here we go. Continuing now. But in Caesarea, there was a certain man, a centurion, whose name was Cornelius, of the cohort which was called the Italic or Italica. And he was righteous and feared Allah. And he and all his house, and he did much alms among the people, and in all time prayed of Allah. So the Syriac here, the guy who translated the Syriac, Etheridge, did a better job here. Instead of putting God, he put Allah, which would be the correct title, not the substitution of God. So anyway, continuing here. This saw an angel of Allah in a vision, manifestly about the 9th hour of the day, who come in him and said to him, Cornelius. Now, Mom, when did Yahusha die? Did he die in the 9th hour?
I think so.
I'm just curious, just trying to pull a little possible connection here. Because this might be the angel of Allah or the angel of Yahuwah that he saw. I don't know. I'm kind of assuming a little bit. I might be wrong, but it's possible. Okay. And he beheld him and feared and said, What, my master? And the angel said to him, Your prayers and alms have ascended for a memorial before Allah. Okay, pretty much the same here. All right. And now send me to Joppa, the city, and bring Shamun, and Shamun would be the Aramaic for Simon, very close to Simon in English. Okay. So this is referring to Kapha, Peter, okay, who is called Kepha. Funny, interesting, the Syriac has an E sound, and the Aramaic, the original Aramaic, has an A sound. Very interesting. Behold, he sojourns in the house of Shamun the tanner, which is hard by the sea. Okay, all right. And when the angel who had spoken with him had gone, he called two from the sons of his house, and a certain soldier who feared Alua and who was obedient to him. I like obedient, how the Syriac has obedient instead of agreeable. Really? Agreeable? What? That's a really bad translation. And he made known to them everything he had seen and sent them to Joppa. And the day after, while they went on the way and drew near to the city, Shamun ascended to the roof to pray at the 6th hour. Okay, and he hungered and desired to eat. And while they were preparing for him, there fell upon him an entrancement or trance. And he saw the heavens instead of heaven. That's interesting. Opened, and a certain vessel bound at the four corners like to a great sheet. And it was let down from heaven upon the earth. That's interesting. Oh, okay. I see where we're going with this. Uh-huh. And it were all the animals of the 4 feet and reptiles of the earth, and fowls of the heaven. Interesting. So instead of just any 4-footed animals, it says reptiles and fowls of the heaven. Okay. A voice came to him which said, Shamun, or Simon, arise, slay, and eat. And Shamun said, not so, my master. For never have I eaten anything that is profane or polluted and unclean. So notice how Kafka here is not, he would not even think to eat reptiles and stuff like that, okay? For people that want to use this chapter and say we can eat pork now, no. Kafka is actually saying, no, I've never eaten anything polluted, anything unclean. So he's actually calling, mind you, post Yahushua's ascension, mind you, after his ascension, after he gives them the last message before he ascends, you know, teach everything, make disciples of all nations. I'm pretty sure we remember that verse, okay? So this is after all that. And he's saying, I would never eat anything unclean. Yeah, oh, okay. And again, the second time was to him, those things which Alua cleansed, make not you profane. This was 3 times done. Okay, let's continue reading, guys. Let's not cherry pick there and take that and run with it. Because I know Christians are going to take verse 15 and run with it without reading the rest of the chapter. Okay, and the vessel was elevated to heaven. And while Shamun, or Simon, wondered in himself for what was the vision he had seen, those men came who had been sent by Cornelius and inquired for the house where Shamun sojourned. They came and stood at the gate of the court, and they called there and inquired whether Shamun, who was called Kapha, there sojourned. And while Shamun thought on the vision, the Spirit said to him, behold, 3 men you seek. Arise, descend, and go with them, not being divided in your mind, for I have sent them. Okay. Then Shamun. So hold on. So Yahuwah's telling him that, I mean, he's even hinting to him right now. This has nothing to do about food. This is about people. I'm sending you 3 men. Then Shamun descended to those men and said to them, I am he whom you seek. What is the occasion on which you have come? They said to him, a certain man whose name is Cornelius, an Italian, okay, a Gentile. Now we're seeing the context here. A centurion who feared Alua, and of whom all the people of the Yahudi, or Judeans, give witness, have been told in a vision by a set-apart angel to send and bring you to his house and to hear the words from you. And Shamun brought them in and received them while they tarried, and he arose the day after and went forth and proceeded with them. And certain of the brothers of Joppa went with them. Okay. And the next day they entered in Caesarea. So now they're at like Caesarea Philippi. But Cornelius was waiting for them while all the sons of his family and the friends and the beloved ones whom he had were assembled with him. And when Shamoun entered, Cornelius met him and fell in reverence at his feet. And Shamoun raised him and said to him, "Arise, I also am a man." All right, okay, so it is worshipped. Okay. Sometimes they mistranslate reverence for worship. Okay, so I'm just making sure it is worship. Okay. So notice how Kapha here is rebuking him, telling him, "Don't worship me. Get up." And while speaking with him, he entered and found many who had come there. And he said to him, "You know that it is not lawful for a man, a Judean, to attach to a foreign man who is not a son of his tribe. But me has Alua showed that I should not declare any man unclean or profane." There's the context. So when contending for the belief of Christians, they want to pick verse 15, mind you, 12 verses earlier in the chapter, and don't want to read all the way down. You want to point them down here. And you want to actually read, as I'm reading here, the whole chapter to them. Yep, go ahead, Gibsons.
Not only that, but remember how earlier we were saying, when we were noticing that Hasatan was just busy trying to cut off the promises by cutting off the lineage, right? And to get them to rear end into that curse where they wouldn't get anywhere by marrying into the Canaanites, or once that was no longer a method, because we read Paul saying there's neither Jew nor Greek, right? And here we see that Cornelius is telling him the same thing, call no man unclean, right? Because now all men, regardless of who they're married to, all men, regardless of where they're from, have access to the Father, right? No longer is it a question of father-son lineage inheritance. Now it's a question of Galatians 3:29. If you are Yahushas, you are Abraham's seed and heirs to promise, right? You are automatically put in there. And right now we're reading about Cornelius is saying exactly that. He's saying exactly that right now, that now this is what it's about. It's about that access and all men having it. And no longer is it about now you can just kill an Abel, or you can stop a Jacob, or you can intermarry an Esau. It's not that simple anymore, and it truly I can see how Satan was defeated. He just doesn't know it yet. He was literally defeated that day that he rose again, that he died and rose again, and men could once again enter into that inheritance through him, through belief and not through lineage. That day Satan was defeated, and now it's just a matter of time, I guess, till he realizes it.
Yeah, I think he does. He does realize he was defeated, but he thought he could defeat the body of Messiah from in, and he changed his. I really recommend this documentary called Ethereal. It's called Ethereal Battle Between Heaven and Earth, and basically this Christian guy points out that after Yahushua's resurrection, Satan realized, like you just said, he can't attack a lineage anymore. Now he's got to get into the body of Messiah, corrupt the message of the Brit Hadashah, and that's what he's done, really. He's changed his methodology, is what he changed his plan. And he's like, all right, well, I can't stop them from preaching the Basor and all that, but I can corrupt it. I can make my own. I can make a lawless Messiah. I can get into the first century Messianic movement and corrupt it. And we see that happening in Paul's day. Paul says the mystery of lawlessness was already at work in his day when he wrote 2 Thessalonians. So Satan, I think, noticed that early first century AD. He changed his methodology, if that makes any sense. And he's like, you know what? All right, I can't attack a lineage anymore because it's no longer isolated. It's no longer, just through the physical seed of Abraham for the most part. In the Tanakh, really, you either had to be physically married, from someone that's already Israelite. You kind of had to be. It was a more stricter grafting in, really, because you had to you had to really, and by the time Yahusha dies and resurrects, like Brother Jeff said, now it's kind of broader. Now you got people, by belief in Messiah, anyone can come into Israel. Anyone can come into Yasharal. So instead of attacking a lineage, now Satan has to try to corrupt the body of Messiah, the actual body that Yahusha chose, and the actual. Now Satan's got to corrupt Israel, and he's got to either do that or cause people that would have been grafted in to believe in another Basora, which Paul warns about. And that seems to be now his goal right now, is to try to prevent as many people from knowing their identity, people that are beginning believers, people that are still contemplating whether it's the Father's will for them to leave the church. Satan's now trying to stop that from happening and keep them in a false religious system that cloaks itself like the Messianic movement of Paul's day, like the Nazarenes. And I think that was part of Satan's plan, in my opinion, was a guy named Constantine was his little pawn, and to try to thwart what was going on with Paul and Yahusha and the Nazarenes, to try to be like, all right, well, I'll corrupt them from the inside. I'll take what they're preaching, twist it a little bit, add a little poison to it, corrupt it, so that Gentiles, when they see this, they see the hypocrisy of the paganism and all that, and they would never want to be a believer of the scriptures. And we see kind of like that. I don't know. That's kind of what I think about it. I think just Satan kind of chose a different avenue. He noticed he couldn't do what he was trying to do before. And he's like, all right, well, I gotta try to inject poison into their own belief system of the scriptures. And I need to destroy them from in. And what's funny is, what's that guy's name that wrote the Screw Tape letters?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
C.S. Lewis.
C.S. Lewis wrote a book. He wrote a book called
Narnia.
Screw Tape Letters. Even though C.S. Lewis's theology was wrong, it's interesting to know in the book, he mentions that Satan's favorite place to hide is in the Christian church.
I believe that.
So I find it interesting that even a Christian understands that. And so I think what happened was he saw the first century Yahusha movement that Paul was leading after Yahusha ascended, and Paul and the other apostles were getting more and more followers and believers in Yahusha. Satan's like, all right, I got to corrupt this. I gotta stop this. And he kind of played the friend of the assembly and got in there and got false doctrine in there, got the Gnostics in there, and I think that's what his plan was after the stake, in my opinion.
The first time I understand what Yahusha meant by even some of the elect will fall away, if that were possible.
Yeah.
Because if Hasatan can get into the Christian church, all he has to do is say to people, don't you think that God wants you to go to church on Sunday? Why would you think you shouldn't go to church? You might go to hell if you don't go to church.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got an easier way in now than he's ever had before.
Yeah, the church was his own invention. Satan's own invention was the Christian church. That was his way to make a counterfeit out of what was really happening, a true, you can call revival, for lack of a word, in the first century AD, where Yahusha had his ministry. After he even ascended, his ministry continued with the apostles, and they were grafting people in right and left. And Satan's like, I got to do something about this.
Oh, yeah.
So he played the little buddy of the first century Messianics and assembly, I'm your buddy. And then started tampering with it. I mean, you can see this with the Epistle of Barnabas that I mentioned last night, earlychristianwritings.com. You can look up all these fake writings that talk about distancing themselves from the Torah. And so, go ahead, Gibson. I saw your hand was up. Go ahead.
Oh, so like now we see why the scriptures say to be vigilant, right? That the devil prowls around looking to steal, kill, and destroy. He's trying to steal our inheritance, kill us, and destroy destroy anything good, but like you can see that each time Yahuwah said not to do something, and I will curse you if you do this, it wasn't very long until they did exactly the thing he said not to do, and it stopped their chance at being a part of that inheritance. And so the devil started using the commands of Yahuwah against the people, and they started becoming tempted and seduced into the exact things he said not to do. And so it's like the devil was taking advantage and making people, because he couldn't stop the inheritance, now he's making them give it up by having them be tempted into being condemned, by tempting them into sin, which leads to death, you know? And so now that's like his strategy, is either them not finding the truth at all, or once they do find the truth, trying to tempt them away from it and seduce them away from it, so that inheritance won't be given to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely. So to Brother Jeff's point, we're seeing this constant story. It's almost like a movie playing out here. This constant story, and it seems like at this point now, Satan was defeated at the stake, but he'll truly be defeated. His defeat will be full when he's thrown in the lake of fire. The start of his defeat was the stake, was the cross, because in a legal sense, I like how Douglas Ham puts it. In a legal sense, Yahusha took the earth back. He took legal rights back from Satan that Adam gave. And I do believe that. It might not be literally there in the word, but I think in a spiritual sense, it makes sense. It's very possible. That's what part of the point of the cross, not just to take away our sins, was also to undo what Adam did by giving Satan authority over what Yahuwah put Adam over. And I think it's very possible that's the case. And that's part of Satan's defeat, is now no longer he has authority. He has no longer authority over death. You know, he has no longer any power over us. As long as we stay in Yahusha, stay in Yahuwah, he doesn't have really, the power of sin is not really in him anymore. Paul talks about we were held captive by our sins. You know, we were under the power, who has the power of death. And Paul talks about this in his letters, how Yahusha set us free from the one who has the power of death. Okay, so let's see here. Verse 30. I think we're at verse 30. I think I left off at verse 29. Okay. Yeah. Amen. Wherefore I more diligently came when you sent for me, but I ask you on what account you have sent for me. And Cornelius said to him, 4 days are unto us from when, behold, I am fasting, and at 9 hours, while praying in my hours, a certain man stood before me clothed in white. And he said to me, Cornelius, your prayers heard and your alms have been made memorial before Alua, but sent to Joppa the city and bring Shamun, who is called Kapha. Behold, he abided in the house of Shamun, a tanner, which is by the sea, and he will come and speak with you. And immediately I sent to you, and you have well done to have come. And behold, we are all before you and desire to hear everything that has been commanded you by Alua. Okay. But Shamun opened his mouth and said, in truth, I have comprehended that Alua is no respecter of persons. But in all ethnoses, in the Greek, you would see ethnicity here. In all ethnoses, whoever fears him and works righteousness is accepted of him. For this is the word that which he has sent to the sons of Yasharel and has announced to them peace and repose through Yahusha Messiah. This is master of all. Here's the difference in the Aramaic here from the Syriac. This one is Yahuwah of all. So meaning Yahusha is Yahuwah of all. Okay. I find that very interesting. And you also know by the word, which has been in all Yahudi, which began from Galilee after the immersion with Yuchanan preached. Yeah, you, Yohanan, it's John. So it's referring to John.
Interesting.
His original Aramaic name, was you instead of Yo. Yo is like Masoretic. The Masoretic text, they would start adding vowel points to change the U to a O, the A to a E. The Masoretes did that. Concerning Yahusha, who was of Nazareth, whom Alua anointed with the spirit of set apartness, and with the power he went about and made whole those who were worn out with evil, because Alua was with him. Okay, and you see here, but Yahusha, who is from Nazareth, okay, he was traveling and making whole those injured by the evil one. Yeah, we were just talking about this. Because Alua was with him, meaning he made whole those that were injured by Satan. It's basically what the Aramaic saying. And we are his witnesses of all which he did in the land of Yahud, of Jerusalem. This one himself did the Yahudi hang upon the tree and kill. And did Alua raise up on the third day and gave him to be seen openly or publicly. Okay? And not to all people, but to us who by Alua were chosen to be unto him the witnesses, who ate with him and drank after his resurrection from among the dead. Okay, grave dead, same thing. And he commanded us to preach and to witness to the people that this is he who has been separated by Alua to be the judge of the living and of the dead. And I would like to quote, I'm trying to remember this guy. Chris White is the guy's name from the documentary by Face Like the Sun. He was quoted to say, and I really agree with him, he says, "Who can judge the living and the dead but Alua alone?"
Mm-hmm.
If Yahusha is allowed to judge the living and the dead, he must be the Father.
Mm-hmm.
No mortal man, no angel can judge the living
right.
of the dead. So that doctrine of Yahusha just being a regular celestial angel makes no logical sense in verse 42 of this chapter. Okay, he's judging the living and the dead. And of him, of all the prophets, testify that whoever believes in his name shall receive remission of sins. Okay, who believe in his name. His name is important. Okay, it is his authority too. I'm not gonna try to spin it into a sacred name nonsense, but okay, but it is important. His name is still important. It's both his name, his proper name, and his authority. They're both connected. Okay. And while Shemun make these words, the spirit of separateness overspread all who heard the word. Okay. And the circumcised brothers who had come with him were astonished and amazed, because upon the Gentiles also the gift of the set apartness was poured out. See, you got to understand the first century Judeans were very anti-Gentile. They made up laws that Gentiles, you could not go and talk to tax collectors even.
Yeah.
Man-made pharisaical laws that Yahuwah never said. Yahuwah never said, first of all, they misunderstood what it means to be separate, okay? And you can even see this in the Christian movie Jesus of Nazareth. They portray the Pharisees perfectly. Oh, we're supposed to separate ourselves from the Gentiles. We can't eat with them. That's not what Yahuwah meant by be separate. That's not what he meant. He didn't mean separate yourselves and never talk to a Gentile. He meant be separate in works. Be separate in your lifestyle. Be separate as Kadash, or some would pronounce Kadosh, okay? That does not mean you shut yourself up in your home and you never go out witnessing. And you know, that just, it really irritates me when I see that mindset of the Pharisees and Sadducees, how they erred not knowing the scriptures, as Yahushua said. And they would twist and distort Yahuwah's law. By doing so, they actually added to his Torah. They would actually add these Talmudic laws. Oh, you can't go and eat at the same table as a Gentile. You can't go and, So they probably even believed, I've heard that they even practiced and teached that if you walked it on the same side of the street as a Gentile, you would sin. I mean, it's just nonsense. And we'll see later on in the book of Acts where Paul actually rebukes Peter for still not understanding.
Mhm.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's after this chapter. So Peter still doesn't fully get it because he's still, he's like being a respecter of persons to his Judean brothers, his ethnic brothers. For they heard them speaking with tongues and they magnified Alua. Okay. And Shemun said, can anyone forbid waters that they should not be baptized? They who behold have received the Spirit's set apartness as well as we. Okay. Then he commanded them to be baptized in the name of our Master Yahushua Messiah, and they prayed of him to remain with them certain days. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 10. Now we're going to go to chapter 11. And the apostles and the brothers who were in Yahudi or Yahud heard that the Gentiles also had received the word of Alua. And when Shamun had gone up to Jerusalem, they who were of the circumcision contended with him. Here we go. Saying that unto men uncircumcision he had entered and had eaten with them. So here we go. And Shamun put forth in order to say to them that while praying in Joppa I saw a vision, certain vessel descended with was like to a sheet and bound at the four corners, and it came down from heaven and came unto me, and gazed at it, beheld in the animals of 4 feet, reptiles of the earth, fowls of the heaven. And I heard the voice which said to me, Shamun, rise, slay, and eat. And I said, not so, my master, for nothing had entered my mouth that is unclean or profane. And again the voice said to me from heaven, what Alua has cleansed, make you not to be polluted. This was done 3 times, and everything was taken up in heaven. And at that moment, 3 men who had been sent to me by Cornelius from Caesarea came and stood at the gate of the court while I was sojourning. And the Spirit said to me, go with them without doubting. And there went also with me these 6 brothers, and we entered into the man's house. And he related to us how he had seen in his house an angel who stood and said to him, send to the city Joppa and bring Shamun, who is called Kapha. And he will speak with you words by which you will be saved, you and all your house. And when I proceed to speak there, the Spirit set apartness overshadowed them and upon us from the beginning. And I remembered the word of our master who said, Yuhanan immersed you with waters, but you shall be immersed with the Spirit of set apartness. If then Alua equally have given the gift to the Gentiles who have believed in our master Yahushua Messiah, as we, and who was I that I should be sufficient to prohibit Alua? And when these words they had heard, they were silent, and they praised Alua and said, now also unto the Gentiles Alua has given repentance unto life. Notice how it says has given repentance unto life. Okay? Very, very important. But they who had been dispersed by the tribulation, this is interesting, by the tribulation that was concerning Stephen, went unto Punica, also to the region of Kypros, and unto Antioch. But with anyone not speaking the word, unless only with the Yahudis. So you see a problem with the man-made rules here. But of them were men of Kypros and of Kyrene. These entered into Antioch and discoursed with the Yavanoi and evangelized or preached the glad tidings concerning our master Yahushua. And the hand of Yahuwah was with them, and many believed and were converted unto Yahuwah. And I like how the Aramaic definitely shows it's not Adonai, okay? It's the hand of Yahuwah. Got the all caps there. Okay. So again, and this was heard, the ears of the sons of the church, of the assembly, not church, my bad, of the assembly, which was at Jerusalem, and they sent Barnabas to Antioch. Okay. And when he came there, he and beheld the favor of Alua, he rejoiced and entreated them with all their heart to cleave to our master. For he was a Tov man, full of the spirit of set apartness and of belief, and there was added much people to our master. And he went forth to Tarsus to seek for Shaul. Okay, let's see here. And when he had found him, he brought him to Antioch, and a whole year together they assembled in the assembly and taught much people. From there first in Antioch, the disciples were called Christians by the Antiochs. But again, who are the Antiochs? Pagans are calling them Christians. Okay, keep that in mind. Christianos. They're calling him, the Antiochans are calling them Christians. Their own brothers would never call them, that are of Yahuwah's household would never call them Christians. Just keep that in mind. Okay. And in those days there came from Jerusalem their prophets. Okay, from their prophets. And one of them arose whose name was Agabus, and he made them to them by the Spirit that a great famine would be in all the land. And that famine was in the days of Claudius Caesar. Okay, so Caesar was in power. Therefore the disciples, according to as each of them had determined, to send for the service of those brothers who dwelt in Yahud, and they sent by the hand of Barnabas and Shaul to the elders who were there. Okay, so now we're going to continue here. Nothing really to expound upon, pretty self-explanatory. We have Kaffa really being persecuted by the physical Israelites who were believers of Messiah, and the man-made doctrine of not talking to Gentiles. So it's pretty much self-explanatory. And how now they're going to Shaul. So now we're finally going to see, probably in the next chapter, Shaul rebuking Kaffa, if I'm not mistaken. So
I'm still looking for it.
I have a feeling in the next couple chapters we're going to see it.
Between 1 and 11.
Hey, Doug, when you're done reading, I've got a parable that goes really well with this. With everything we've read.
Sure, cool. All right, Acts 12. But at that time Herodias the king, who was surnamed Agrippos, stretched forth hands unto some who were in the assembly to ill-treat them. And he killed with the sword Jakub, brother of Yuhanan. So I guess, and actually this is referring to Jacob, who is actually mistranslated in your Greek New Testament as James in English. So it's actually supposed to be Jacob or Jakub, actually. So anyway. And when he that pleased the Yahudi, he added to apprehend also Shamun Kaffa, and they were the days of the Pharisee. Let's see, that's interesting. I wonder why it says Pharisee. No, they were the days of unleavened bread. That's really a weird transliteration there. I don't know how they get that, but okay. Yeah, Etheridge, I don't know. James, John Wesley Etheridge, maybe you can explain to me and email me why you translated that instead of unleavened bread. I don't know. Anyway, and he apprehended him and cast him in the house of the bond and delivered him to 16 soldiers to keep him, that after the Pascha he might deliver him to the people of the Yahudi, or the people of Judea. Okay. And Shamun was kept in the house of the bond. Constant prayer was offered to the assembly on behalf unto Alua. Okay. And in that night of the coming morning, when he should be delivered up, while Shamun slept between two soldiers and bound him with two chains, and others were watching the gates of the house of the bond. the angel of Yahuwah stood over him, and light shined in all the house, and he smote him on his side and said to him, arise quickly, and the chains fell from his hands. So I can say it's pretty safe to say this is Yahusha pre-incarnate here in the New Testament here as the angel of Yahuwah. Okay, and the angel said to him, bind your loins and put on your sandals. And he did so, and again he said to him, wrap your mantle and come after me, or follow me, which, if you know the Brit Hadashah pretty well, that is definitely something Yahusha would say, follow me. And he went forth and came after him, not knowing that that was done by the hand of the angel was reality. So he thought it was like a dream. For he thought that he saw a vision, or a vision. Yeah, like apparition or something. And when he had passed the first and second guard, they came to the gate of iron, and it was open to them of its own accord from the will of itself. And when they went forth and had passed on the street, the angel departed from him. Then acknowledged Shamun and said, no, now know I in the truth that the master has sent his angel, or maybe this should be that Yahuwah. Yeah, my bad. I always get confused with the lowercase stuff. Yeah. Aramaic shows it's supposed to say Yahuwah. Yeah. Yahuwah has sent his angel and has delivered me from the hand of Herodes the king, and from that which the Yahudi have calculated against me. And when he had understood, he came to the house of Miriam, the mother of Yohanan. Now remember too, Yahusha gave his biological mother to John when he was on the stake. So that's why Miriam is Yohanan's mother at this point. Okay. He who is surnamed Marcos, because many brothers were assembled there and praying. Interesting. So he's also known as Marcus. That's interesting. Huh. And he knocked at the gate of the court, and there came from forth to answer him a damsel whose name was Rhoda. And she knew the voice of Shamun, and for joy she opened not the gate, but returned with running and said to them, Shamun, behold, stands at the gate of the court. Okay, why the heck does it keep doing this? Okay, see. Okay, and Shamun knocked at the gate, for they seen him, they were astonished. He beckoned to them in his hand to be silent, and entered and showed them how the master had brought, and actually it should be Yahuwah here. Again, the Aramaic shows it's supposed to be Yahuwah. Show them how Yahuwah had brought him out of the house of the bond. And he said to them, show these to Yakub and to the brothers. And he departed and went to another place. And when it was morning, there was made a great tumult among the soldiers concerning Shamun, which was become of him. But Herodes, when he inquired and found him not, condemned the guards and commanded them that they should die. And he went forth from Yehuda and came to Caesarea. And because he was angry with Saroi and with the Zadadoni, they gathered together and came to him by persuasion of Blestos and the chamberlain of the king, and prayed of him that peace should be to them, because the sustenance of their country was from the kingdom of Herodes. But upon a public day, Herodes was clothed with the robe of royalty and sat upon the tribunal and discoursed to an assembly. But all the people, but upon the public day, Herodes was clothed. But all the people exclaimed and said, these are the words, Benoth Koli, voices of a mighty one and not a man. And actually, the Aramaic shows it's not just a particular mighty one. It should probably be Alua here. These are the sayings of Alua and not of men. And on this account, because he gave no esteem to Alua, in that hour the angel of Yahuwah smote him, and he was corroded with worms and died. Wow. Interesting. And the glad tidings of Alua was proclaimed and was great. But Barnabas and Shaul returned from Jerusalem to Antioch after they had accomplished their ministry, and they took with them Yochanan, who was also called Marcos. Okay, now we're going to go to chapter 13. We got 2 more chapters. Okay. All right. But there was in the assembly of Antioch prophets and teachers, Barnabas and Shamun, who was called Niger, and Lucios, who was from the city of Cyrene, and Manael, and a foster brother of Herodes, Titarca, and Shaul. And as they fasted and supplicated, Alua, the spirit of set. Notice, now this is pretty important in verse 2 here. Notice how the spirit of set apartness is being identified as the Father, okay? It's not a separate being, okay? And supplication, Alua, the set apart spirit, said to them, separate to me Shaul and Barnabas for the work to which I have called them. So that's a pretty important verse there to show there's no Trinity, okay? It's one person. And after they had fasted and prayed, they laid upon them the hand and dismissed them. And they, being sent by the Spirit of set apartness, went down to Seleucia. From there proceeded by sea to Cyprus. Okay, verse 5. And when they had entered the city Salamina, they preached the word of our master in the congregations of the Yahudi, and Yochanan ministered to them. Okay. And when they had itinerated through the whole island in the city Paphos, they found a man, a certain sorcerer, Yehudoiah. Okay, so false prophet. That's interesting. They don't mention his. Oh, Bar Shuma. Okay. A Yahudi who was a false prophet whose name was Bar Shuma adhered to a wise man who was proconsul and was called Sergius Polos, and proconsul called Shaul and Barnabas and requested to hear from them the word of Alua. But this sorcerer Bar Shuma, whose name interpreted is Elemos, stood against them because he desired to avert the proconsul from belief. But Shaul was filled with the spirit of set apartness and beheld him, and said, O full of all deceits and all wickedness, you son of the devil, adversary of all righteousness, do you not cease to pervert the right ways of Yahuwah? And now the hand of Yahuwah is upon me, you shall you shall be blind and not see the sun until the time. And the hour there fell upon him obscurity and darkness, and he went about asking someone to hold him by the hand. But when the proconsul saw what had been done, he wondered and believed in the doctrine of Yahuwah. But Paulos and Barnabas went on by the sea to the city Paphos and came to Perga, a city of Pamphylia, and Yochanan separated from them and went to Jerusalem. Okay. But they went from Perga, which I'm assuming is Pergamum, and came to Antioch, the city of Pisidia, and they entered the synagogue and sat on the day of the Sabbath. And after the law and the prophets had been read, the presbyters of the synagogue sent to them and said, Men, brothers, have you a word of exhortation to say to the people? So basically, the elders of the people came up. Okay. And Paulos arose and signed with his hand and said to the men, sons of Yasharal, those who fear Alua, hearken. And the Alua of this people elected our fathers and exalted and magnified them when they were sojourners in the land of Mitzrayim, and with uplifted arm brought them out from therefrom. And he nourished them in the desert 40 years. And he destroyed 7 nations in the land of Canaan, gave them their land and inheritance. And 450 years he gave them judges until Samuel the prophet. And then prayed they for themselves a king, and Alua gave them Shaul bar Kish, a man of the tribe of Benjamin, 40 years. And he took them and raised unto them David the king, and testified or witnessed of him, and said, I have found David the son of Yeshai, a man according to my heart. He will perform all my will. And from the seed, as we were talking about earlier today, the promises go to the seed of the woman, the seed of this man, the Alua of Yasharal, as he had promised, raised up Yahusha the Redeemer, or the Savior. Okay. And he sent Yuchanan to proclaim before his coming the immersion of repentance to the whole people of Israel, or Yasharal. And while Yuchanan accomplished his ministry, and he said, whom think you that I am? I am not he, but behold, he comes after me, he the latchet of whose sandals. So now he's quoting from John the Baptist here, whose sandals I am not worthy to loosen. So basically what he's doing right now, he's giving these elders of the Sanhedrin, trying to reason with them from the scriptures, from the story of their forefathers. Men, brothers, sons of the race or ethnos of Abraham, and they among you who fear Alua, unto you is sent the word of life. You know that Christian song out there, Jeremy Camp, Word of Life. Yeah, that's where he gets it from. The guy that's actually in Scripture, Word of Life. For they, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and their princes, have not consented thereto, nor also to the writings of the prophets which are read on every Sabbath, but condemned him, and accomplished all that was written. Okay, every Sabbath, and judged him, and they fulfilled these things which are written. Meaning, what they did to Yahusha was a fulfillment of what things were written before. That's what he's saying here. And while they found not any cause of death, they requested Pilate that they might kill him. And when they had fulfilled everything that was written concerning him, they took him from the stake and laid him in a sepulchre. But Alua raised him from among the dead. And he was seen days many by those who had come up with him from Galilee to Jerusalem. And they are now his witnesses unto the people. And we also, behold, we preach to you that the promise which was made to our fathers, behold, Alua has fulfilled it to their children, and that he has raised up Yahusha, as it is written in the 2nd Psalm. Wow, this is interesting. It even tells you the exact psalm in this quote. That's interesting. You are my son. This day I have begotten you. And thus did Alua raise him from among the dead, that again he should not return there to see corruption. Okay. And let's see here. I'm in 13. I'm in 13, I think all the way at the end of 13, actually, verse 33.
Thank you.
And actually the Aramaic has something that this is missing. Verse 34. Thus did Alua raise him from among the dead, that again he should not return there to see corruption. Now the Aramaic tells you where to find this. Okay. The Aramaic says, I shall, again to see corruption, as it says, I shall give you the favor of trustworthy David. So that's pretty interesting. As he had said, I will give you the sure favor of David. Oh, I see. The verse numbers are a little bit off. Okay. And again, he has said in another place, you have not given your set apart one to see corruption, which obviously can't refer to David, since David died and his body saw corruption. For David and his generation served the will of Alua and slept, and was added to his fathers and saw corruption. But this whom Alua raised saw no corruption. Know then, brothers, that through this himself is preached to you the remission of sins. And from all whom we could not by the law of Musha, and actually, by the way, that's the correct Aramaic for what we have the mistranslation in our English as Moses. In the Aramaic, it would be Musha. In the Paleo Hebrew, it would be Masha. So Paleo and Aramaic are like sister languages, pretty
I'm
much.
just learning the Hebrew.
Yeah.
You're jumping over to Aramaic.
Well, it's very close. It's like only a letter difference. I mean, it's pretty
I'm
close.
proud of myself for learning the Hebrew.
It's all right, Mom. You'll be there soon. You'll be there. That's thank goodness we got these translations that actually have a little bit of Aramaic and Hebrew. So Musha be declared righteous. Through this, all who believe are declared righteous. Okay. Beware then, lest there come upon you that which is written in the prophets. Behold, despisers and wonder and perish. For a work I work in your days, which you will not believe if one should declare it to you. So now he's quoting from another prophet. And when they had gone out from among them, they besought of them that the next Shabbath or Sabbath, they would speak to them these words. And when the congregation was dissolved, many Yahudi went after them, and also to the proselytes, meaning converts to Yahusha, to the belief of the Nazarenes, you could even say the Israelites, who worshipped Alua, and they discoursed and persuaded them to cleave to the favor of Alua. And on the next Shabbath, the whole city gathered to hear the word of Alua. And when the Yahudi saw the great assemblage, they were filled with envy and arose against the words which Paul or Shaul spake and blasphemed. So again, they're angry because more and more of their own people are believing in Yahusha. Okay, so last chapter here, chapter 14. And they came and entered into the synagogue of the Yahudi, or the congregation of the Yahudi, so spake with them as many as that many believed of the Yahudi and of the Yavanoi. Now, Aramaic, Yavani is Aramaic for Greeks, basically, just to explain that, why it says Yavani there. Okay, but the Yahudi and those who were not persuaded excited the Gentiles to ill-treat the brothers, but they much time were there and openly discoursed concerning Yahuwah, and he testified of the word of his favor by the signs and wonders which worked by their hands. And all secretly of the city was divided, and of them some were with the Yahudi, and of them some adhered to the apostles. And there was made a movement. So I know a lot of our brothers and sisters don't like the word movement. Movement, there's nothing wrong with the word movement.
No.
It's in scripture. There's nothing wrong. It is a movement. What Yahuwah is doing with us right now is a movement. It's his movement, not me.
Movement every day.
To maltreat them and crush them with stones.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was referring to Paul and them. Okay, my bad. All right. Okay, so this is referring to the Pharisees. Okay, my bad. Got the wrong context here. My bad. My fault on that. And they knew they passed away to the cities of Lycaonia, Lystra, Derbe, and villages which surrounded them. Okay, and they were witnessing the glad tidings, or evangelized. And a certain man dwelt in the city of Lystra, who was afflicted in the feet and lame from the womb of his mother, and who had never walked. And this heard Apollos discourse, and when Apollos saw him and knew that there was belief in him to be saved, he said to him with a high voice, "To you I say in the name of our master Yahushua Messiah, stand upon your feet." Leaping, he stood and walked. And the assembly of the people, and they saw what Shaul or Paul had done, lifted up their voice in the language of the country and said, mighty ones in the likeness of men have come down unto us. Oh, for the love of, you got these pagans, these Antiochans that are here we go. They're going to start thinking that Paul is Zeus. And they named Barnabas master of the gods. Yeah, referring to Zeus. And Paulos Hermes, because he was foremost in discourse. Now, what's interesting here is that, and this is my argument to people that say, oh, these idols are just stone and the gods of the ancient world never existed. Then why in the heck are they looking at mortal men and calling them the name of Greek gods? Yeah, obviously these deities, so-called deities, existed and were real beings before. So obviously they're not just wood and stone. Yeah, they worship wood and stone, but they represent real celestial beings, you can say. And the priest of the master of the mighty ones who was without the city brought oxen and garlands to the gates of the court of the place where they dwelt and willed to sacrifice to them. But Barnabas and Paulos, when they heard, rent their garments and sprang up and came out to the crowd. And they cried and said, men, what you do? We also are children of men, liable to sufferings like you. He's basically saying, stop worshiping us. Stop doing it. And who preached to you that from these vanities you should turn unto Alua, the living, who made heaven and earth, the living Elohim. And what's weird is Elohim is not mentioned, or the living. It says the living, and it just doesn't have Elohim there in verse 15 of the Etheridge, but it has it there in the Aramaic, the living Elohim, who made heaven and earth and the seas and all that is in them. Okay, basically worship Yahuwah, not man. Who in former generations left all ethnoses to walk in the ways of their own, which he's actually quoting, basically, in my opinion, he's quoting Deuteronomy 32:8 of the Septuagint, where it talks about he gave them up to their own ways to worship principalities in Deuteronomy 32:8 of the Septuagint. Yet leaving not himself without witness, while he did them tobe from heaven and sent down rain and multiplied the fruits in their times and filled with food and gladness their hearts. And when these they had said, they scarcely restrained the people that someone should not sacrifice to them. But there came their Yahudi from Ikanon and from Antioch and stirred against them the people, and they stoned Shaul and dragged him out of the city because they thought he was dead. And the disciples gathered to him, and arising he entered the city, and the day after he went forth from there with Barnabas and came to Derbe, the city. Okay. And when they had preached the sons of the city, they discipled many, and they returned and came to Lystra, the city, and to Ikanon and to Antioch, confirming the souls of the disciples, building them up, or extorting them. Actually, extorting would be ordering them, ordering them to persevere in the belief. And they said to them that through much tribulation, it behooves to enter the kingdom. And to put it in the most layman terms, if you have a King James, it would say, through much tribulation, we must enter the kingdom. Okay. It even says it here in the Aramaic here. They were saying to them that it is necessary to enter the kingdom of Alua by much suffering or much tribulation. Okay. Okay, let me just hold on a second. Here we go. Verse 23. And they constituted for them in all the assemblies elders, having fasted with them and praying and commended them by our master in whom they had believed. And when they had gone through the country of Pisidia, they came to Pamphylia, and when they had preached in the city Perga the word of Yahuwah, they went down to Attalia, and then voyaged by sea and came to Antioch, because from there they had been commended but to the favor of Yahuwah for the work which they had accomplished. And when all the assembly had convened, they recounted everything which Alua had done with them, and that he had opened the door of belief unto the Gentiles. And much time they were with the disciples. Okay. All right, that is it. That's it for today's long Haftarah reading. I just want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you for any new guests that have joined, and please stay tuned. We're going to be continuing this next week, Yahuwah willing. So that was Acts 10-14, and if there's any questions by viewers and listeners that are on Facebook or are going to see this later on YouTube, feel free to contact us. We have a Facebook page you can contact. I'm really going to be more diligent on leaving my email for brothers and sisters that are looking for fellowship. So thank you for joining us. Have a great rest of your Sabbath to all of our brothers and sisters in Yahuwah and Yahusha out there. Shalom.
Shalom.